Okay, let's see. Call the meeting to order at 7:01. This is the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. We call the roll. We will ask everyone to join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please call the roll.
Hathaway.
Present.
Palmer. Present. Flintoff. Present. Brazeau. Terry. Present. Noel. Present. Reiser.
Present.
All here.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, that brings us to adoption of the agenda. I know there are a few additions and changes. Why don't you get started? One of them, if you don't mind, Trustee Carey has offered an additional item for the consent agenda. So I guess this would be G7. That is a motion that was sent out by email to the board, but also distributed hard copy to set a special meeting for June 27th for the purpose of receiving or discussing litigation. I'd also like to modify the model motion for Heritage Woods item. This was also distributed. That's under unfinished business J2. And the board has also received that. And you were, I believe, Clerk Flintoff, you had some changes that you would like to make to the agenda.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to remove G5 from tonight's agenda, hopefully to come back in 2 weeks. I'd like to add to the consent agenda the 2 items that I emailed out and are available in the packet, which are the correction to the resolution regarding the public hearing and also the provision of staff to the compensation commission. That would be to add those 2 to consent and remove G5 from tonight, hopefully to return in 2 weeks. I'd also like to just move payment of the bills. I need to move it off consent to make one quick change when we get there.
Oh, okay. So payment of bills would be added to new business. Mm-hmm. So G1 will become, well, it'll stay G1, but it'll move to 100K
right.
New business.
And the township attorney utilization discussion, is that something we can move under new business?
It was just going to be an update.
Yeah, it was not an action item.
There wasn't going to be any discussion.
So it's not discussion.
Correct.
So it's an update.
So it's
an update.
So
so no real time.
When I put it on, I should have called it information as opposed to discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although anyone can ask questions about reports. So
yeah, but we're just not quite ready yet.
Okay.
It's fine. I'm just trying to manage the time.
So what are we doing with that? I'm sorry.
We're going to update you.
It's staying where.
Oh, we're just a report. Okay.
So let's just make it info only instead of discussion. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. In that case, if there are no, I'm sorry, Trustee Carey.
Yeah. Could we remove G6, the recycling newsletter, and put that under, I guess, new business?
Okay, so that would go under.
After G1 will be G6. Got it.
After G or J?
K.
Well, it's all going under K, but they keep their identification as they move from one part of the agenda to the other, so we don't confuse ourselves.
Thank you. So after K3 comes what matter, please?
G1, then G6.
So G1 is the payment of bills.
So it's been pulled.
It's been pulled from consent and moved to new business.
And then
G6.
G5
has been pulled entirely from the agenda.
So we're in agreement on that?
Well,
I just made a motion. So
we haven't approved the agenda yet, but that's the way it stands.
Okay.
All All right, and so G6 is the newsletter, so that will also move to new business.
And then there's a possible action regarding affirming Fink for compensation commission. Is that?
That's
I
added to
just,
consent
I
agenda.
just suggested.
And I
that
want
as
to
per
pull
the
that.
agenda.
Pull that.
Okay,
Because I want to talk about the background. I mean, I have some issues with the background, how it's written, but I'm going to vote for the model motion.
okay, so new business,
Yeah, please, and thank you.
So
I support that.
That G7?
that would be, I don't know which G it is.
Yep, that'll be G8.
Okay. Okay, so with all of the changes to the agenda, is someone prepared to move the agenda as changed?
I'll move it.
Move, trustee Noel, support by trustee Brazeau. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. So the agenda is approved. Communications to the Board of Trustees.
Contained, no comment.
Public comment. This is the time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. We begin with those who are present in the hall, and then we turn to those who are participating remotely. When it's your turn, please come up to the table and have a seat, and each member of the public who chooses to speak is entitled to 3 minutes. Who is our timekeeper? Thank you, trustee Brazeau. Please have a seat.
I just have a question before I start.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't know whether or not I would be allowed to speak during the discussion regarding the rezoning request tonight. If I'm allowed to speak then on the heritage matter, I'll not speak now. And
I think this would be the best time for you to speak.
okay. I wanted just to bring a couple things to in terms of the proposal that's before the board tonight.
Fred, for the record, would you introduce
Yes,
yourself?
Fred
Thank
Lucas,
you.
appearing on behalf of Dave Spicer and Eugene Catt. I understand that this is up for discussion again for tonight for the board. Two things I wanted the board to pay attention to in this with this particular application. One is the master plan and whether or not this proposal is consistent with the master plan, which indicates that this property is supposed to be remaining as open space, which is what I had seen. The other thing I wanted to just briefly touch on, because I don't have much time, is the idea that this proposal is going through with the private sewer system. My understanding is that there is sewer across the freeway, and the area that the sewer is that this property is being developed is within your development area. One of the questions I have is whether or not the township has looked, and whether or not the township has information on what the cost would be for bringing the sewer across from I-94 versus the cost of developing a private sewer system on this particular lot. The reason I say that is if the cost is comparable, and of course that cost, if it's brought across and is being used with other properties, can be shared, and the cost can be spread across those other properties also. And it would also, by bringing it as a public sewer system, it would allow the township to develop the areas where in fact you have an indicated development is preferred. I mean, that shows on your master plan. It shows from what your documentation that I looked at on the master plan that this is designed for development. And development occurs easier when you have the availability of municipal services. Question I have is, you know, if someone wants to develop this as a private across on Baker Road there, are we going to be talking about private septic all the way down the line, as opposed to taking the step now when you have somebody who's there, has the availability, and obviously is putting money into development of a private septic system, to bring that line across from I-94 and develop the entire area that you've got identified for development. Of course, this parcel was not one of those parcels as shown on the master plan, but it would help all of the businesses and all of those property owners on Baker Road if there was a public sewer there. So again, I would just caution the board that from a standpoint of community planning and looking what's best for the community in the long run, it seems to me that bringing a public sewer across would better serve the community than allowing the private septic systems, which I know already exist on this area, and this would just be another one. Thank you.
Fighting with it.
I know.
About a child with you.
A 3-year-old.
I did the right button. I appreciate the gesture.
I was trying to be subtle. There was no way to do it.
Dave Spicer, Scio Township resident. Good evening, Board of Trustees, those present, and our Scio residents on Zoom. Which Board of Trustee member can tell me if there is going to be a stop sign or a light at the top of our service drive before entering the proposed boulevard? Is there going to be a stop sign or a light at the proposed U-turn to get me back on the boulevard to get back to the service drive? I still can't figure out how I'm going to be able to head north on Baker Road with my 30-foot long travel trailer without blocking traffic on the boulevard. And I also don't know if the board really understands the size of this proposed project. With 149 attached residential units, 82 duplex units, that's 164 homes. In total, that's 313 units with a good possibility of everyone owning at least one car. That is 313 cars that could potentially be on the boulevard every day. Some may have 2 cars. Then with a total of 117 beds in the nursing home, which includes independent living, 19 one-bedroom, 1 2-bedroom apartments, and 5 studio apartments with family and friends visiting, that's another possibility of another 117 cars. And you have the workers at the nursing home, garbage pickup once a week, yard maintenance for the nursing home and the lawn, mail 6 days a week. So I come up with a potential of 313 cars in residential homes, 117 visitors, 20 workers. That's 450 cars a day, not including deliveries. And then back at 124-23, I had addressed the trustees here, and I said that I asked the board to consider postponing any further consideration of Heritage Woods Village project until the developer and the property owners to the south, Dave Spicer and Eugene Cat, can come up with a settlement. Thank you for your time. You're welcome.
Next.
Kathy Spicer, 525 Acre Road with Heritage Woods. I just had a couple things to say. If it's going to be one of our last times or not, I hope not. I just feel that seniors have the right of independence and privacy, including the right to make decisions regarding our property and place of residence. And a senior citizen should be able to be in control of their future. I kind of got that from the WHO, I was reading. Okay, we are seniors, okay? We might not look it, but we're in our 60s and 70s. So we are seniors. You know, this proposed development to us doesn't, and the passing of it to be a PUD takes away and downgrades the future of our property. You've all heard that before, what the boulevard is doing to our property and downgrading it. I read all the attachments that were on the agenda on the website the other day and came up with at least 2, if not 3, but 2 spots over time where it's been talked about that there should be neighbor agreement, and there hasn't been. For example, HW information from November 2022. There's, for some reason, they weren't sure there needed to be a neighbors agreement, but then it went on to January of 2023, HWCWA review, number 8 states, there should be good faith negotiations continue. Then the next one was the HW final PUD from March 2023, number 8 lists that based on conditions, there's these lists of conditions that this gets passed, and I don't know a lot about politics, but the negotiations with us and the developer should continue as far as this boulevard goes. So I wanted to bring that up. I thought it was pretty interesting because we have not had negotiations or an agreement. You know, we don't want to live like an association, and that's how we're starting to feel, being told how to enter and exit our driveway and our property. I feel like it's an association we're being thrown into, telling us, our neighbors, even emergency, how to get on and off our property. You know, we don't want to be dependent even on the snow removal. For God's sakes, if someone's that didn't do what they're supposed to on the boulevard, maybe we can't even get out, okay? Right now we plow our own out. We don't know what to do with snow, but we plow our own. So what happens with that? And so we don't like the idea that we're being pushed into feeling like an association. We don't have signs to direct anybody coming in to how to get to 525 Baker Road and 609 Baker Road, down the boulevard, make a turn, another sign, make a turn, another sign. So anyhow, the development to me has considerations for seniors, but there's no consideration for us, the seniors who own and live and have property at the 2 residents that are south of the boulevard. Thank you.
I'm going to do a presentation. So Christy, if you could promote me, thank you. I'm Kathleen Brandt, a Scio resident. What I want to talk to today is I'm opposed to the Heritage Woods project. And I want to point out some things in the master plan that are inconsistent. And I want to talk about how we do planning in Scio Township. Do we plan for land use, or do developers decide what our land use is? So I need to share my screen. How do I do that? Share screen. Thank you so much. You're just gonna go right there to Microsoft. Got it. Thanks so much. I did practice. Okay, so I want to talk about the master plan. This came directly from the master plan that was approved in November 2021. This is the area we're talking about. So the existing land use is listed as agricultural. And then this is also directly from the master plan, and it talks about future land use. And if you look at this, this parcel is still listed as agriculture. It doesn't show that this is a development area. In fact, the only piece of property that this development is in that commercial area is the one piece of property they bought for the boulevard. So this seems to be inconsistent with the next page. So this is page 61. This shows sub areas. So now we see that specifically this piece of property was added to this gateway sub area. And we know from the meeting in April last year, 2022, Mr. Luan spoke about how this came to be, that the developer was invited to give feedback on the master plan. And so here's my case. Are we planning for land use, or is the developer planning for land use? And I think that's relevant to KFC and some other properties as well. So as a result of that, there's impacts. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go a little over. I hope you indulge me. So from the master plan, page 35, this talks about appropriate uses for that parcel. And it's all agriculture, land, scenic views. And then on page 34, it talks about what open space agriculture should look like. And look at this, we have a picture of the Bruniger farm in our master plan, which as a direct result of this project is no longer a dairy farm. Treasurer Palmer told us that at the last meeting that they've sold off their herd. And I believe it's directly related to this because they came and objected to this. But now we have a picture of this dairy farm that is no longer a dairy farm. So I also want to just briefly talk about Woodview Commons. If you were involved in that long process, that was originally supposed to be a senior development. That was recognized. Dave Stolman said that's what his plan was. There was discussion about, is that legal? It's senior targeted. He actually said in one of the meetings that he changed his plan because of Heritage Woods. So we have language in here that says that this should be where public utilities are not available, agriculture. We should be focusing our development in the Jackson Road corridor. That's where our utilities are. It doesn't harm other folks and it doesn't ruin our rural character. Thanks for indulging me, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Who's next?
How you guys doing? I'm Jamie Wingler. I live on 7925 Solid Church Road. I'm just gonna bring up a couple things from that you guys already know. There's just in this going with the new business. Well, on the Fruix farm, Kelly promised that there'll only be 2 parties a month. Well, there's not. The Valley was supposed to only be a small venue with small parties. It's not. The Valley and Misty Farms would never be ran at the same time, and that's not true. The new barn that they built, that's a house now, was supposed to have been for storage, and it was sworn to me that there would never be anything but storage, and that's not true. And they told me last year that they were going to sell their home on Misty Farms, and they're going to sell it as a home, and so everything's going to calm down a little bit. They're not going to sell it as a business. Well, so far this year, they got amplified sound outside, cars and trucks going up and down the road, golf carts up and down the road, MCs outside speaking, cars parked where you guys say they don't supposed to be parked. So the township, after all these years, still don't discipline them. They don't do anything, and nothing gets done. They don't enforce anything. And then the Fruix so far this year, they're trying to sell their home as a business. I think the first realtor has some ethics because you don't want to see realtors that much drop. They got rid of the listing. And so they got a new listing, and it's going to be, it's another company, and they're not sure of the zoning. So at this time, and I should be, Doug Lewin or somebody is going to try to work on changing the zoning. I'm worried about it, and from the past. So, like I said, I live across the street. I drive 500 to 700 miles a week. I want a little bit of peace and quiet. I pay a premium Washington County Township or county taxes like everybody here, and I should have a little bit of respect. It's sad because, you obviously respect the Fruix, but they don't respect you because every rule you give them and every rule that they say they're going to do, they never do. I'm worried that my township's going to be. I hope it never turns out like this one, because like Jan, I got a little business in my house for 20 years, and Jan gave me the opportunity to have a little business. But she told me, and I respect her, she's a good lady, and she's old school. And she said, if you mess up, and every year, if I have any complaints, I'm done. And she told me that, and we're friends. But in this township, it's not like that. So, maybe it's the end because this is the first night I'm coming here. I got a ton of things to do, and here I am here again, the same stuff. And then you know, I know I'm not a big thing in this community, but actually people do like looking on that. I wanted to get some cows and things like that. I'm working on this other piece of property and I want to keep it like the traditional area. And there ain't that many people like me anymore. And so you guys you're running me out because this is the first time I came up here and I said, no, I'm getting tired of this because I was going to give it to my kids. I wanted to live here the rest of my life, but I don't want to keep going here. So I'm thinking about moving because obviously you cannot respect me and keep doing this. And you do the same thing. Nothing changes. And no one's done anything about anything. I haven't heard anybody. But I tell you right now, if Jan was at that table right now, Jan would have them out of there. And she wouldn't mess with them. She's tough.
Thank you.
Thank you. And have a good day, guys.
Thank you, Jane.
Who's next? Is there anyone else present in the meeting hall who would like to speak this evening during public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone participating remotely who would like to speak during public comment?
I see no hands raised. Well, now they're popping up.
All you gotta say.
All you gotta say.
Yeah, that's the magic trick.
You conjured them.
First one up is Jonathan, followed by Joe Atkinson.
Hey, good evening. I'd like to echo some of the comments made by previous speakers in both their support and acknowledgement that ordinance enforcement in Scio Township is non-existent. It has been non-existent. The last ordinance enforcement that I needed help with went all the way to the head of our Carlisle Wortman organization, where we're paying hundreds of dollars an hour for things to be enforced. I don't know why we continue to do that through them. Why don't we hire an enforcement officer? Clearly, this township has a need for it. And a finance director too. But the reason I wanted to talk tonight is because I noticed in the packet there's an article here put together by our highly ethical supervisor who would never slant an article or anything in favor of his friends or his own personal gain. But if you look through that, there's a few resources cited in the article around places where you can get things recycled or, you know, nonprofits like Calvert's and other types of recycling areas. And the only thing that he did include besides that is a plug for his friend Grammatico and his poorly rated and highly complained about business, his emporium, his furniture emporium, where he rips off customers. That's a whole nother set. But why would the supervisor include that with a list of all nonprofits? I run a company that recycles trees that otherwise would have been trashed and turned into wood chips. I recycle them, upcycle them into usable lumber that we sell and make furniture out of. Why wouldn't the supervisor include a local company like that? The reason is because our supervisor is only there for himself and his friends. And so that's the kind of thing and that's the way he rolls. So I would like you guys to take a real clear look at that and tell me if Grammatico belongs in that article. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next up, Joe Pattinson.
It's probably Rob Pattinson. Oh.
Yes, Rob Pattinson, Scio Township president. I got a question for Kathy Knoll. The EPA said they would have results for Scio by mid-May, and I'm wondering, have they contacted Scio yet? And then tonight, there still isn't a supervisor report or a manager's report in tonight's agenda. Why not? I realize the supervisor isn't going to respond to my question, but could the trustees ask why there haven't been reports in several months, please? No one has the right to develop property at the expense of their neighbors. That is exactly what is happening right now on Baker Road. The neighbors along Baker Road put together a group to develop their properties for the benefit of all. Then this outsider corporation comes in and excluded everyone. I again urge Scio Township not to approve large private septic and sewer proposals until you have an expert on those systems who will advise you. Please establish septic and sewer policy before you approve these projects. These projects will set the precedent for all future proposals. Just last night, we learned that Norfolk Homes wanted to know what precedent Scio was basing its decisions on for their proposal. So these decisions you make matter. None of you are expert enough on large septic and sewer systems to have confidence right now in your decisions. You need an expert to help who is independent of the developers. I got curious about the parcel Heritage Woods is proposing to use as the boulevard driveway. I was very surprised to find that that parcel sold on October 24th of 2022 for $725,000. I was even more surprised that Heritage Woods wasn't listed as the buyer. On BS&A, the listed buyer is Manchester Scio Condo LLC, based in Utica, which is 65 miles away. Further investigation shows that Manchester Scio Condo LLC is owned by Manchester Scio LLC, which is owned by Delta Management Company Incorporated, which is owned by James George. I asked the Kett and Spicer families if this name rang a bell, and they've never heard of James George. My question is, why are there 4 layers of ownership? Why isn't Heritage Woods listed as the buyer? If not Heritage Wood, who knew to pay $725,000 for a vacant parcel 6.5 months ago? I hope this issue alone raises enough red flags to get the attention of trustees. Scio Township has had a few hostile developers the last couple of years. Heritage Woods is definitely a hostile developer in the way they have treated this neighborhood. Last night, we learned Norfolk Homes has had several meetings in secret with Scio Township officials. We can only assume you gave the same access to Heritage Woods since they're also a developer. Before you make any decisions about Heritage Woods, please give the residents the same opportunity you gave the developer. Please have an in-depth conversation with the Kett, Spicer, and the rest of the Baker Road families. You will be shocked by what you learned. I was. Please be cautious tonight and don't let this hostile developer steamroll our Baker Road neighbors. And I will repeat again, no one has the right to develop property at the expense of their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Rob. Next up is Paula Gloverson. Go ahead, Paula.
Yeah, good evening. I want to thank you all for going to be discussing this Heritage Woods, but going back to the drainage issues for the Parkwood condominiums, and those people have been excluded from their homeowners association. That seems to be the de rigueur lately. Anyway, I want to say about ordinances that there's no enforcement. As far as, you know, hearing about party barns, this is almost like 8 years ago that this problem has continued for those people over there. But I'm concerned about the drainage of trailwoods. There's between the different phases, there's a wooded area. Plus where they put the, I guess that's phase 3, but who knows, the one closest to Honey Creek. That's a 100-year floodplain, and the way the homes are in there, but the one off of Park Road is way elevated. All that water is going to be flooding the woods, which will, I think, what has happened inside of Arbor Point is it eventually kills the trees. So there's a lot of drainage issues in this area because it was a major wetland area that possibly shouldn't have been built on. But anyway, I have a lot of questions about Carlisle Wortman over the years myself. But thank you very much, and looking forward to hear the discussion tonight.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you, Paula. At this time, no other hands are raised.
All right, in that case.
Let me respond to what Rob had.
Oh, sure.
Rob, can you hear me? Well, he can't respond. Sorry. EPA has been in touch with us at CARD meetings, but they have not contacted us here at the township with any results. We will get the results eventually. They have told us we will get them. Will, I also asked you at the last meeting to please give us a report on the meetings you've had, and just to kind of keep the board in the loop as to what's going on. And that was an issue raised by Rob also.
I think the idea of an ordinance enforcement officer
Yeah.
makes a ton of sense. We are a big enough organization, you know, Scio Township's big enough right now. You know, I had a problem with a dog, or I had a problem with a loud neighbor or whatever, where somebody's not adhering to an ordinance that we have set forth. I have no recourse. So I could be totally sympathetic to that gentleman, folks on the line. That makes complete sense to me. So I don't know what we'd have to do to put that in motion for consideration. I don't know what that entails.
We have someone who's tasked with doing this, so it's not unintended to, and we could add it to a future meeting for discussion if we wanted to.
I think that'd be a good idea, to get up to speed. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think we should move on sooner than later.
A small ask I just got from somebody watching from home. If we could each introduce ourselves, because our name cards are rather small, starting with Mark. Like right now.
Yes,
people can't see who we are.
Asking us all to take time to introduce ourselves.
My name is Mark Thompson.
Kathy Knoll, trustee.
I just feel like saying, no, my name is Mark Thompson. No, it's Mark Brazeau, trustee.
Adam Palmer, treasurer.
Will Hathaway, supervisor.
Jessica Flintoff, clerk.
I'm John Reiser, a trustee.
Mariah Fink, township attorney.
Jillian Carey's trustee.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on with approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes. This is the minutes from our regular meeting of May 9th. And I know there are some aspects of these to be discussed. I don't know that we need to go through them page by page, but the first one that I'm aware of is on page 6 of the minutes, which is page 32 of my meeting packet. Page 6.
Suggested.
If there are, unless there are any earlier in the minutes, I don't want to skip corrections. So under and the bullet points at the top of the page, there's one that's representing my comments, and I wanted to modify it to, so in the second line here,
right
where, yeah, it says temporary restraining order, comma, and we lacked time for board approval of the attorney, period.
Okay.
Are there any other corrections to that page? Moving on to page 10. And here the correction is in the amount of when I was summarizing, I said 1.6 million, not billion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Little difference.
Yes.
Not an hour.
So I didn't want to get everyone's hopes up that we were refunding $1.6 billion.
Correct.
So then the next correction I have is on page 13. And here at the I have several. And at the top of the page, the SAD had a 10-year collection period, but Hathaway, instead of saying did not think, I would say Hathaway stated that spending the money was not time limited, cross out if, and insert and could be used for the roads on the original list.
Okay.
And then in the next section of text, Hathaway said that going forward, the board should not be replace the word to with overly specific about, instead of what funds, it would be which roads funds are used for.
Okay.
And then further down that page, Hathaway supported using, instead of saying the word excess, replace that with the word unspent.
Okay.
And then further down the page, in the motion, and I believe this appears elsewhere, Daleview is misspelled. It's one word, so with a lowercase v. And then I believe further down that page, because a millage rather than the millage.
Got it.
Would be affected. And then On page 14, J2, where it's, there's just an extra space there.
Sure, thank you.
And then.
What page are you on?
14.
Page
I got a
14.
13, but I'll.
Oh, okay, let's go back to your correction on page 13. So we're doing these in order.
13 under the, well, I remember because I went back to my notes and I looked at the minutes and it so it should say Scio Ridge Road.
Where are you?
Under the
In
main
the motion?
Yeah, main
Okay.
motion number 1.
Yeah.
So it's going to be road, comma, sidewalk, comma, crosswalk, comma, and bus stop. Because I wrote all those 4 down and I went back and listened to it, and those 4 were stated: road, sidewalk, crosswalk, bus stop.
So sidewalk presumably would be
That's
lowercase. Yes.
Well, I'm not gonna
No, that's
worry
fine.
about.
I could, yeah, we can add that. I think that's consistent with what we meant.
So the changes that we're asking for, you have gone back to the video
So-
Yeah.
and listened and.
That is not inconsistent with what, I think that's consistent with what we agree.
Okay, no, I'm for everybody, because you just said that, but did Will?
Well, I don't know what Will did.
Well, I'm asking.
So when we prepare the minutes, we go over all the notes and look at it about 2 times, but there are occasionally things that we.
Yeah.
miss,
So
that's fine.
I can give you the
Yeah,
reference
great.
where.
No, I don't need it.
So I'm just trying to add the word crosswalk.
I got it.
That's it. Thank you. However you want to capitalize it. I'm gonna lighten it up. Trying to lighten it up.
Anything else, John?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Any other corrections
Well,
suggested?
Well, I had a question about
Okay.
representing the items that we didn't discuss as items in the minutes.
You know, it's a stylistic thing.
Well, that's the thing is, I was thinking the way that they're represented, it makes it seem as if we did deal with them when we didn't.
So the reason I put them on there is because we didn't remove them at the top of the agenda, and I think it's fair to have a record that, you know, we didn't get a chance to get to it. I mean, I think that's pretty, I'd like to keep it the way it is. I think it makes sense. Otherwise, there's no record that the items were ever on our agenda.
I'm just wondering if there's a way to group them together as items that were not, sort of items that were not considered, just to have them all together listed and identified that way, because of the way that they're represented now, it looks as if we actually.
So are you on 14 and 15
So
right now?
That's on page 15.
So you've already had a recording secretary and a clerk discuss this, and we landed on this. If anybody, unless somebody feels really strongly, I'd prefer to just move on. This seems stylistic.
Are you talking about the items pulled from the consent agenda were time sensitive?
Nope, he's talking about at J5, G8, and G10 that we had next steps on the finance director vacancy, purchase of lawnmower, clarification of the township roads SAD. The board voted to not to adjourn. The board vote, it was 11 o'clock. We voted to not continue the meeting. So the meeting was adjourned and they're just listed there, so we don't lose track of them.
So what?
Well, I was just the way that they're, I'm not arguing so much with listing them. I'm just saying the way that they're listed, it makes them seem as if we actually dealt with them when we did not.
And I would say meeting adjourned, item not heard is what was supposed to note that we hadn't dealt with it, where I say item not heard.
All right, well, I'll let it go. I'm not going to argue about it.
Okay,
great. Are there other changes to the minutes? In that case, is someone prepared to move the minutes as corrected? Moved by Noel, support by Brazeau. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, the minutes are approved.
I have one comment about the minutes.
Okay.
The minutes are the actual, they're supposed to be just the actual action taken. And we have, for some time now, deviated from that. It's neither here nor there as far as I'm concerned, but that the minutes are technically, in many cases, the law. So we need to be careful about how we list and who we do, and it'll come back down the road someday, probably after all of us are off the board and no one will know what we really did.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table.
Well, we actually, I think.
No,
we
it was
already
passed.
Approved it.
Okay,
So we're ready to, thank you for your comment, Treasurer Palmer. We're ready to move on, I believe, to the consent agenda.
I would move the consent agenda with the exception of the items removed.
and to clarify, what we're approving is G2, G3, G4, G7, setting the special meeting, and G9, clarifying the resolution.
About the hearing.
Yeah.
And what about G1 bills?
No, that's
That
all.
was pulled
Okay.
because the clerk has to pull it. Okay. In that case, so moved by Riser, support by Flintoff. And I believe, are we spending any money in this?
Yes.
We are. Okay, please call the roll.
Tonight, I start Flintoff. Yes. Brazeau.
Yes.
Harry.
Yes.
Noel.
Yes.
Riser.
Yes.
Hathaway.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Consent agenda adopted.
Okay, that brings us to reports. I have a tremendous number of written reports for this meeting, but we did have one from the Planning Commission representative, Mr. Riser, that arrived sort of later. Are there any questions about that report?
Should we just do reports generally?
And other reports generally?
Popcorn.
Sure.
Style. I just, oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
No popcorn, no report. See my written report.
Just a quick update. The audit prep's coming along. They're gonna be on site June 5th to start field work. And for certain, we now know there's no election in Scio Township in August. There's a couple other places that have one, but not one. I would just ask that we have the historic district project on a future agenda soon to kind of know where that's going. This is a very unique, this is, I think, the only time we've done this, and want to figure out kind of what our goals are as we, besides making money, if there are any goals besides making money when we sell the property.
Well, actually, that's a very good reminder. The historic district project is subject for a public hearing on May 30th. And this is not a public hearing of Scio Township. It's the County Historic District Commission. That's the body that is considering the designation of a historic district. But they are meeting, they're holding their public hearing here at Scio Township Hall on May 30th.
What time?
That is a good question. I do not know for sure what the time is for that.
Chris, can you make sure it's out front on the website?
I believe it is on the website. But if it's not, it should be. But we talked about putting it on the website. Are there any other comments or reports that we should discuss, or are we ready to move on to the next item?
I can give a quick update on Gelman.
Sure.
Approximately 244 drinking water wells will be tested starting the week of June 4th in Scio Township. Notices have been sent out. I've gotten a couple emails from residents asking questions about it. And I'll be doing an article about this for the newsletter, the next newsletter. So it'll be very brief, but I have a map from the county. We'll put that into.
These are county tests, not township tests.
These are county and Eagle tests, not township tests. So they will not use the method 522 for testing for dioxin. They will use a more sensitive method than what they used to use, but it doesn't go down as low as the 522 method.
Great, okay, thank you.
And then I also wanted to report, and this was put in our packet, about the Ann Arbor Source Water Advisory Group. Bill asked me if I would be interested in serving on this. They wanted a Scio Township representative, and I'm going to do it. The letter is in the packet for you to read, but the focus will be on surface water intake protection plans and a wellhead protection plan for City of Ann Arbor municipal water. There'll be approximately 15 to 20 people on the committee. It's going to start in June. It will go for 6 months. So I just wanted to let the board know.
Thank you.
That this was going on. I can also report on the ZBA meeting from last week. And there was a petition for a variance for a Marriott hotel. The petitioner wanted to create wanted a variance for a 4-story building rather than a 2-story building as allowed under our current township zoning ordinance. The variance was denied 4-1. And there was strong discussion about the Township Planning Commission and the Township Board needing to have dialogue on future planning on the Jackson Road corridor. This would have been on Jackson Road. The applicant is going to come back with a PUD. So we may still see this very proposal, but it's something we need to think about as a group because we haven't had these discussions about height along Jackson Road corridor, and ZBA members felt uncomfortable making the decision piecemeal.
What is our zoning?
2 stories.
Well, I think that the committees, we need to sit down and the board and figure out what we want as a township and stick with it.
And that was reflected. I know we just passed it, but in the Planning Commission minutes, one of the issues that was reflected in the CUP we just approved was that need for planning along Jackson Boulevard. So hopefully we can, I know we put that in the budget. I don't think we've, we need to, come up with a bid process, to find a consultant in order to help facilitate that. But I do think that that's a priority because we keep bumping into our lack of planning.
And I think John Reiser is going to do a report also on attorney utilization.
Well, that's our next agenda item if we're ready to move on.
Okay.
Yes. So the next report has a specific agenda item assigned to it, and that's H2. And John, I guess you're the person who's going to make that report.
And Kathy chime in. Kathy and I have met with each other a couple times. We have spoke with James Fink, Mariah Fink. We spoke with Mike Homier. We spoke to Mark Thompson. We've met with Will. We've met with Jessica. And I have a call into the Michigan Townships Association, to their council. And we're trying to get a grasp on how it should be that Scio Township officials use our attorney services. We're going to be making recommendations that we kind of distill our roster of attorneys down. We're going to kind of winnow it down so we have our recommendation is likely to be that Fink and Fink be our primary attorney, and to the extent that James thinks that we need outside counsel to bring them in. Now we're going to have some exceptions for labor, exceptions for Gelman, exceptions for
Bond counsel.
Yeah, bond counsel. Yeah, I want to get it right. Bond counsel. We're also going to be recommending, likely to be recommending that Fink and Fink also kind of transition into the role for just heads up, by the way, land preservation. So work with LPC because they can do that work. So less outside counsel in going through Fink when we need it, and also involving the township manager for the next 2 weeks, Mark Thompson. And then after that, Joyce Parker on requests or something like shorter calls to the lawyers, which happens a lot, that's fine. But to the extent that you want written product, then at least go through the township manager so that he or she knows that that's coming and that information can be shared with the entire board so that we all have the benefit of that legal advice rather than I go to one lawyer, you go to another lawyer, I present kind of my version of the facts, you present your version of the facts, then we fight about it for 20 minutes at a board meeting as to what's the best way. So we're gonna try to do better in our attorney utilization going forward. So that's kind of it. Kathy, anything to add or supplement?
Will that be in policy form?
Terrific.
It's gonna be written, don't worry.
Yes.
Yeah. And John, I know you said primary attorney, and I'm not asking you to elaborate on that. I just want to clarify one point that Jim Fink has been the township attorney of record for many years and officially since the motion in November 2020 for a term of 4 years. So I just didn't want the public to think that we didn't have a township attorney appointed. We have.
Well, we do, and certainly will affirm that, but we also have other attorneys.
I know what we have. I just wanted the public to be clear.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Thank both of you for your work on this. I appreciate it, and I think we all do. And I look forward to having your policy recommendation. There actually was a good segue in your comment about the township manager. I want to take an opportunity to thank Mark Thompson during our reports for all of the work that you've done as our interim township manager. I think this is your last regular meeting with us.
That's right.
Which I'm sure you're feeling some relief at that, but I've enjoyed working with you. I know that we all have enjoyed working with you, Mark, and thank you very much for all of the productivity that you've generated, helped us to generate the township, and all of the leadership that you've provided in your role as the interim township manager. And I've learned a lot from working with you. I appreciate that. And I think all of us have benefited, and I think the township as a whole has benefited from having you here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hathaway, for your kind comments. I would only ask one thing, and that is that the board extend to Joyce Parker the same support and grace that you have extended to me. I think that, and I guess I would say that to the community as well. The community has been very gracious to me, and I certainly appreciate it. And I think that Joyce, who will be starting in a couple of weeks, will be a great addition. Some of you have met her. At any rate, I would just ask that you give her the same support you gave me. Thank you for your comments.
Well, and with that, let's move on. We have a presentation this evening from the Dexter Senior Center, or on behalf of the Dexter Senior Center, I should say. Gordon Smith, the Executive Director of the Dexter Senior Center, is here with us this evening. Please come on up. And do you need to have access to show a slideshow?
Yes.
You worked it out already? All right, great.
Let's go real quick and we'll get going. My apologies.
And I know you distributed a hard copy to.
Gordon, did you log in as a phone number or you put your name?
Oh, I'm logging in right now. Give me just 1 second. I thought I had a little bit more time. I was trying to take care of a couple more things.
I caught you by surprise. I don't want to rush you. If you need a minute, why don't we?
Oh no,
you ready? Okay.
We're going to be going here. I've already got my presentation pulled up. I just need to share my screen, and then we're going to go.
Dexter Senior Center.
Say again.
You're coming in as Dexter Senior Center.
Absolutely, as we should be.
Right. Good. Be an infiltrate.
Okay. Good evening, I'm Gordon Smith. I'm the Executive Director for the Dexter Senior Center. I first want to start by thanking Scio Township's Board of Trustees for your contribution towards the previous year's Meals on Wheels effort that we had in Scio Farms. It was very successful. We were able to impact a lot of lives through that effort. And so tonight, I'm just going to be providing the information and the opportunity for you all to come alongside us again and provide the needed support for our very rapidly expanding senior center. So I just wanted to provide you all a quick update on our Q1 results, a brief overview of our SWOT analysis. What is the value of the Dexter Senior Center to Scio Township, as well as a quick look at our operating budget and 2023 strategy. Yes, I will get through this in less than 8 minutes. So we've had an unbelievable first quarter. We had over 101% growth within the first quarter. That growth has continued up to now 125% with our membership over 350 now. When I took over and on January 3rd, we were at 154. So we've also refined our data tracking, as well as finding new fundraising opportunities. We're looking for money in places that senior centers typically don't go, and we're going to be talking about that with the finance strategy. We've also identified at least 4 new sites for our senior center because our leases come to an end at the end of 2023. We're also pursuing new funding opportunities to help us become more sustainable in our funding going forward into the future. And so I just wanted to have a quick aside about the financial stability of the Dexter Senior Center. So most senior centers are supported by a millage or have significant contributions from the municipality in order to be able to operate and be able to provide them a home. For Dexter, that is not the case. If you look at Hamburg, Chelsea, Saline, they're either supported by a millage or they're supported by their city. So we don't have that. So we operate mostly off of grants and donations. And so what we've had to do since I've taken over is take another look at what our revenue model is looking like. So we already started expanding our programs to incorporate 2 more Silver Fit classes. We're partnering with the library. We have more fitness classes as well as Craft Mondays. We've established our Dexter Senior Center Ambassadors Program to help communicate our story with the public to see what is actually happening at the Senior Center, what's its use, and what is our future going forward. We've also been very active in the media. We have been in the newspaper. I've actually lost count now. We were in another article this morning with them live talking about the outstanding achievements that we've had over our first quarter and our continued growth. Our municipalities continue to increase their contributions. We're able to get the contribution for the Meals on Wheels site, but not directly towards our operations. Dexter Township, we're pending payment from them for $9,000. Their previous year, they gave us $3,000. Webster Township is leading the way, moving from $10,000 to $40,000. The question is why? We're telling the story better and we're providing more greater value than at any time in our history. And it's because we've changed our culture, we've changed our position, as well as the critical services that we're providing for seniors. So here's a brief overview of our SWOT analysis. So I'm going to focus mostly on our weaknesses and our threats. So we need sustainable funding. One of the big problems that I have is that when I'm discussing matters with community partners and municipalities, one thing that we keep going back to is the discussion of the rec millage 2022. And there was a lot of great lessons learned out of that. One reason why I'm here tonight is because I'm wanting to pursue an alternative strategy. Another thing that we're looking at is our financial support from municipalities. Now, I've discussed this with our main municipalities. That would be you all here at Scio. That's why I'm here tonight. Webster Township, and the city of Dexter and Dexter Township. All of these municipalities have responded well to our ask for help. So we're going to be getting to that here shortly. We're also no longer looking at stopgap measures. We're looking at what is the long-term effect of the choices that we're making. We have since refined our business model to actually be able to incorporate other elements that help us to make business decisions faster and clearer. Right now, we're also on a short time frame. From 2023, we have the possibility of extending our lease at the Encore Theater until 2024. But the problem with us extending our lease is that we're going to transition to a full commercial rate. And so while we'll be at the lower end of that, that is going to cripple our senior center. We're also looking at developing new revenue streams right now. And as we all know, I can introduce a product today, but I'm still about 18 months out before I see the fullness of that. We're also reestablishing our community presence. People did not know very much about the Dexter Senior Center prior to my arrival. Now it's actually very easy to find people that know about the Senior Center, know what we're doing, know who I am, and most of all, they know who our members are. Another threat that we have is that we're affecting the growth of the Encore Theater. So they have 42nd Street going on right now. We had to move some of our stuff to make room for their dressing rooms for the production. That's slowing me down on the senior center side, but most of all, it's affecting the Encore to be able to provide the appropriate amenities for their world-class performances that are coming through. So we're also looking at the rising cost of construction projects, which is going to threaten us because if with us getting funding for the purchase of a new building, whatever we look at, those continued rise in costs do not allow us to raise the funds fast enough in order to be able to keep up with that demand. So that's why time is of the essence for us. So on to happy news. So from Scio Township, if we look at the data from last year to this year, our total membership now is over 350, and I apologize because that number's wrong. It went up again. Okay, so Scio Township in 2022, we had 47 members in right now to date. This is not our end of year number, mind you. We're already at 85. And we're going to keep on climbing with our residents from Scio Township. So the reason why we're going to keep attracting more people is because we're going to be able to expand our staffing to be able to provide more services, more classes. We're also providing the classes and services that people want. I just opened a line dancing class on Friday, and we were expecting about 6-8 people to show up. We had almost 40 people show up. I have a room that's not even the full size of this room, and having 40 people in other activities kind of puts a little hindrance. We did it, and it was a lot of fun, but this is why we need that continued support, as well as our community engagement. We're telling our story in a different way. We're looking at aging from the perspective of not as a consequence, but as a just reward. We're also looking at what are you doing to have a thriving life as a senior. And what is a senior? It's anybody over the age of 55. So if anybody says, oh, I'm not a senior and I'm 56, well, you are. And so, but how are you a senior? Are you old? Are you feeble? Are you weak? No, you're thriving. And come with us and find out how to keep on doing that.
Age is a state of mind.
Say again?
Age is a state of mind.
You're absolutely right, Treasurer Palmer. And George Burns also said that we can't help age, but we can help getting old. So let's be mindful of that and not lose our childlike exuberance. So again, when we're looking at what our municipal contributions have been year over year, I've provided the data from what we've had from 2022 to 2023, and I want to clarify that zero number for Scio Township. That $22,000 was for our Meals on Wheels services for a time period outside of our current ask. And so what I really want to see with Scio Township is for us to understand what is the true cost per member. That seems to be the way a lot of municipalities like to view things, and that's fine. We have that number. And so Scio Township's contribution has helped to offset the Meals on Wheels delivery for Scio Farms. It was needed. Our program expenses will increase because we need to get qualified instructors that know what they're doing and be able to provide a class environment that keeps our classes engaging. We're also, with our increased operational expense, we'll need more professional personnel to be able to meet the mandates that we have coming up on our short-term horizon. So our current, now, when we look at this is what 2023 was looking like for us just as I was taking over. Our municipal contributions was valued at about $36,500. That was going to leave us with a operating income deficit of a negative $134. Now, keep in mind, our operating expenses are going to continue to grow year over year, 10 to 12%, which is a normal rate for not only senior centers, but most businesses. So we've also increased our relationships with a lot of our municipalities, and I have not done a very good job of being able to connect with y'all here in Scio, and I plan on changing that here after tonight. So when Jim Carson came around the municipalities talking about the park and rec millage, we offered a $327,000 budget, and that's what this is looking at here. And so again, we have our new revenue streams that we're pursuing. We're not going to see their value until 2024. Webster Township provided $40,000. Dexter Township provided $9,000. And with the lease extension, we look at all these beautiful numbers and we see, oh, Gordon, no worries. You're going to have $53,866 at the end of the year. Surprise. Now you're paying rent for 2024. The operation expenses are going to continue to rise. So now what do? We're not going to be able to afford the necessary expansion that we need to continue on our upward trend. So what do we need to be sustainable? If we look at our outstanding year here in 2023 and we say we're going to grow by 100% again in 2024, that's a little unrealistic. So I wanted us to look at what the scenario would be if we continue to increase by 80%. That would put us at about 700 to 800 members. A commercial leasing site, if our current plans fall through, is going to be somewhere about $48,000 to $60,000 per year. We need to increase our personnel with 3 key positions of a bookkeeper, community engagement, fundraising, as well as a social worker. And again, when we total all of this up, this is about $909 a member, and going on the current 2-year date membership of 85 members times 909, that gets us $77,265. Now, again, we've had a transformative year. We need your help. We need to be working together with all of our municipalities. And while that $77,265 may seem staggering, look at the impact that we've had. I would like an opportunity to speak with the board about some more of our short-term plans, the things that we have going on as we go through our strategic plan in either a closed session, or if we could just, I can meet with folks individually and we can discuss it.
Wouldn't be a closed session.
Oh, okay. Then I'll meet with everybody individually. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so for our 2023 strategy, as far as communication, we're going to continue to have a high presence in print and radio media. We're going to continue to expand our social media presence. The fireside chats with Gordon are going to be live streamed on LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. These are things that, again, traditional senior centers aren't doing. What we're trying to do is not only increase our social media presence, we're also trying to increase our relevance in the space of aging. We're also increasing the distribution of our newsletter, and we've also monetized it. So we're able to take donations from businesses and be able to give them ad space within our newsletter to help actually be a value creator and drive revenue within the greater Dexter area. That does include Scio. Our ops strategy is we're going to maintain our class overlap in our weekly schedule to increase utilization of our space. We're also going to develop more in-depth relationships with the business community. So our finance strategy, this is the part that I love talking about. So we're actually pursuing relationships with family foundations, private capital. We've also jumped in for federal and state appropriations. And so we're well underway and working with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell for federal appropriations, as well as Senator Sue Shink for state appropriations. And I can let you all know more in a less public setting. So our developing revenue lines, right now we're implementing more community events that are allowing us to get more donations and provide that value projecting into the local community, as well as operating with Silver Flex, which for our members that have Medicare Advantage plans, it allows us to increase the rate of our membership, but no out-of-pocket expense to our members that have that Medicare Advantage plan, and also clearly identify the issues of financial insecurity that are facing our seniors within the greater Dexter community. our Meals on Wheels strategy, we plan on increasing participation by 30 to 35% for 2023, which means that we'll be serving over 13,000 meals this year. So, and we're also going to continue to develop awareness. We've already started our marketing campaign, and we're already getting more volunteers, more members, and we want to continue to see that rise. Any questions that you all have? Sir.
Tell me more about, so you use, just so I make sure I have clarity, on Meals on Wheels, you leverage Meals on Wheels for these seniors because they're on fixed income, they can't necessarily get the appropriate food and nourishment that they need through regular means. Is that?
So the Meals on Wheels is for people that are homebound, that it's either they don't have the ability to physically cook the food for themselves, or they have a financial hindrance to accessing food.
Okay, so it's primarily, because the main reason I'm asking, our church has a thing called Fed Up, which is we volunteer, we go out and feed people, and we fund it, and it's funded very well, and we'll go and feed a group of folks. I don't think we go to individual homes per se, but we go to like a community and say, hey, they can feed 100 people.
Absolutely.
And the idea is you go there, if you can afford to pay them, fantastic. If you can't afford to pay them, fantastic. You still get served.
Absolutely.
So I'm just saying there's other venues other than Meals on Wheels, because obviously everybody needs to eat. I'm a big believer in Italian. I'm a big believer in eating all the time, day and night. So it's another venue maybe for you to explore, is to talk to Fed Up. It's a great org.
Oh, absolutely. And so just so you understand our situation. So when we use Meals on Wheels, that is a county sponsored program. And so what that allows us to do is have access to the catering company that gives us these meals. We're not just providing the hot meals for the lunch that day. We also provide them emergency meals. We provide them meals on the weekends through our frozen meals. And it's literally a threat for some people to turn on a stove or a microwave.
Yeah, I think this is in conjunction with, I'm not saying replacement of, maybe augment to somehow fill in some gaps for you.
Oh, absolutely.
It's all going to augment what you may perhaps already have. And I think they'd be more than willing, happy to put in a word for you.
That's really nice.
Oh, please do. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anything that we can do to serve our seniors in a deeper, more meaningful way, you can count me in.
Yeah.
So thank you for the presentation. I think it's great that you're here before us so we can understand more about what the need is and where our contribution is going. A couple comments. As the clerk, I just want to reflect that, yes, the failed millage of 2022.
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so it really failed.
Yes.
And I will just share with you from my perspective, people didn't know anything about it. In Scio Township, we've got the split. We've got 2 precincts in the Dexter School District, most in Ann Arbor. Unfortunately for Dexter, or to be aware of for the Dexter Senior Center and your advocacy, you've got only 1 elected official here who lives in the Dexter School District. Strong and mighty Treasurer Palmer.
My husband graduated from Dexter.
Yes, but
you must be doing great.
But for a township that's split across the 2, you have 6 out of the 7 people on this board are in the Ann Arbor School District, and much more tuned in there. When I know, of course, we've got, you know, a few thousand Scio residents in the Dexter School District. So I think that's something we need to be more mindful of. For example, when the Dexter School District pushed this millage forward, there was no coordination. I remember bringing it up at a board meeting, and it was the same year we were doing the open space renewal. It was as we were working on our pros plan that we adopted, and we now have a Parks and Paths director. So I would suggest that maybe Gordon sit down with Anna Cohn to kind of look at parks and rec and where that might overlap. Have you?
Oh, and that is a very wonderful segue into our diversification as a senior center. So the problem with senior centers traditionally is that we're looked at through a health and human services lens. Right. Show me 1 social worker that works at any senior center. Right. I want to build that, and I want to build that capacity in, but we're mostly a recreation facility.
Right. And
so why aren't we having the Park and Recs conversation, which is great that you brought that up, because it brings a lot more opportunities to us. And I recognize that, and we've begun to develop that. One caveat that I have for you on the failed millage, that is a heavy lift. or to be able to coordinate so many different
Not a
things,
criticism at
especially through the schools. The schools are trying to help us. And so I just want that clarity for the public.
Absolutely.
That the school, their heart was in the right place. Could the execution have been better? Yes, but what do we do now?
Exactly. And then the second thing is, so one, and I'll follow up with you and kind of maybe talking to our parks director, some other ideas, but also I guess when you're looking for, I'm trying to get clear here. You say your rent's going up and also you've identified 4 properties for a new senior center.
Yes.
So what are you gonna do for space?
So we have a very unique opportunity that has presented itself, and at this point, I cannot discuss it publicly.
That's fine.
We also but we have multiple options, just because we have to move. I do not have the space, and the Encore can't afford to give me any more space with how things are. Encore deserves to grow. It's a wonderful theater. They bring a lot of value to the community, and we need at least 12,000 square feet to be able to provide our programming, because if I get up to over 1,000 members by this next year, I need more room.
So if you start looking outside of the city of Dexter into Scio Township, you'll let us know?
For property?
Yes.
We will not be looking anywhere except for Dexter, just because that is a request from our members.
Sure. Okay.
The bulk of them are from Dexter, and we're very proud of Dexter.
Not even Scio with Dexter mailing?
Say again?
Not even Scio Township with Dexter mailing?
What I would like to bring up is that at the senior center, we don't see the districts that are of division with Scio. So we gladly welcome all of our seniors from Scio, and your senior population is going to continue to grow. You need a resource to be able to provide those services for your seniors and to enhance their lives. So your contribution is necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you very much for
thank you all so much for your time. It was an honor to be here today.
Okay. This brings us to unfinished business. I want to sort of test the sort of temperature of the board. Is it time for a break, or are we ready to just plunge ahead with the? Sure.
I'll defer. Go.
I think we need a break.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Why don't we take
quickly said yes.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Okay. Why don't we take a little recess for try and keep it to 5 minutes.
Yeah, just 5 minutes, please.
So if you are quick, and don't get pulled into too many distracting conversations. So we're going to recess for 5 minutes and then come back. All right, we're coming back into our meeting. Thank you, everyone, for keeping the conversations quiet or out in out of the hallway. This brings us to unfinished business. First item is J1. This is a discussion only. Next steps on the finance director vacancy. This is an item that was placed on the agenda actually at our last meeting, but we ran out of time. Clerk Flintoff, if you would like to introduce this item.
Sure. Yeah, I have a memo where I laid everything out, the updates, been talking to Joyce and Mark and different consultants and Amy Selden. So I kind of folded up all the information thus far, and kind of 3 parts to it. We have, as you know, searched for not had a finance director for nearly 2 years, searched on and off since June 2022. So I got some more information for Amy's potential recruitment services, because there's some higher level ones that we might want to consider. Our current emergency finance services with Manica Saracen, we're running out of funds. So I will be bringing back requests for more authorization as they do year-end close and audit prep. They're doing a great job. And I expect that their work will be done around June 16th or so-ish. And so in discussions with everybody, and I reached out to some different firms to see if there's some interim finance director services as they do. And Joyce is working on a draft scope of services, so we could competitively bid out those. So she's working on that now, gonna bring it to me and Donna and others, so that we can have something soon to the board on that. And then as well as, you know, we approved the finance assistant full-time position in the budget process and the general duties, that'd be utility billing plus backup for AP and payroll and all the other work. And so that hopefully soon coming to the board will be a recommendation to hire a qualified internal candidate there. As well as the scope of work for interim contract finance director, and then kind of TBD, depending on when and how we want to recruit for a permanent finance director. So, any questions?
What about me?
Okay.
Next.
So that brings us to, thank you, Clerk Flintoff.
Yep.
That brings us to item J2. This is possible action encore at Heritage Woods Village PUD, OA-PUD number 20001, PSP number 20004. And we have with us representing the development, two individuals, and I will let them introduce themselves. And then we have a brief presentation and an opportunity for questions and answers. Actually, wait, three, because there's also someone participating remotely, if I'm correct. So if you would introduce yourselves, and do you need to be upgraded to present panelists to do your presentation?
Good evening. My name is Daniel Johnson. It's nice to be here again. Thank you for the opportunity. A few introductions. We have Jerry Smith, his wife Barbara, and his sister Susie Jones in the audience. We're representing the property owners. Our team includes this evening Alan Green, our legal counsel from Dykeman. Alan was involved in the 2003 Lake Isabel landmark case that established legal policies for wastewater treatment systems. The primary focus of our presentation this evening. Alan also worked on the township attorney with the township attorney on development agreements, a CWS agreement for the project. Online by Zoom attending is Ted Erickson, our project engineer with IMEG. Ted is the engineer of record for the CWS system and has extensive experience in design and updates to treatment plants throughout the area. Locally, Ted is a consulting engineer for the city of Chelsea and serves as an advisor to the Lock County Sanitary Authority. Ted will be available for any technical questions if needed. And if you could invite Ted also to the Zoom meeting, I would appreciate it. So as a follow-up to our last presentation to the board in February, we wanted to share with the board a brief project overview summary, primarily the CWS summary letter on this. Back on this matter was included in your May 9th meeting agenda packet. So at this point, if you could allow for screen sharing, that would be great. Can you?
You're gonna switch over to Alan to do the.
Yeah, Alan's going to narrate.
Yeah.
I'll just do the slide.
So you want, I'm sorry, Dan. Did you want Ted presenting?
No.
Okay.
He's available for questions and answers. That's what I heard.
So Alan will narrate the slides.
I'm not sure narrate is the proper. Again, while we're doing that, I'm Alan Green. I'm legal counsel on the project. Been working on it for a while, and my primary task was to work with your counsel on the various legal documents for the project. In this case, it was a development agreement, a sewer agreement because we have a private wastewater treatment system, and some various other documents that came up. It's been interesting listening to the dialogue that just took place. I'm a baby boomer, probably post-retirement age, as people keep telling me that I should be retiring. And I you know, I looked around the room a little bit, and with all due respect to you younger folks that are in the room, you can see what's happening in our communities. And I wanted to say that, again, I'm not going to repeat everything that's been discussed. I mean, this has been a 3-year project. I think this is our 12th public meeting. So there's been a lot of information and back and forth over a 3-year period. And I do want to say this as well, that any suggestion that the Planning Commission, the board, your consultants, your attorneys, anybody involved in this project did not undertake detailed due diligence is just incorrect and unfair to all of you, I think, in this regard. But so what I thought I'd do is just do a quick project overview again to remind everybody what this project was and is, and was really a collaborative effort over 3 years with the township officials, the Planning Commission, the board, hopefully, and your consultants. Why don't we just go? So again, that's just a copy of the site plan there with some of the amenities that are shown for this project. And again, we can just skip through that because there are some very unique amenities. Let's go to the next slide. So what we try to do is remind everybody again what this project was all about in the first place. This is a senior continuum of care housing project, okay? And it addresses what your master plan describes, and almost every master plan in surrounding communities really describes today, is having elderly care and facilitate age-in-place opportunities. And that's what this does, from assisted living to the duplex units. It's an opportunity for people to stay in your community when your family home that you've raised your kids, you now want to leave that home, or your farm, whatever property you have. And I say this personally because I'm not going to say how old I am, but I've been doing this 40-something years. And I live in a different township, and I live in my family home. And it's too big. My kids are gone. There's really no place for me to go, particularly in my community, you know, in terms of downsizing or finding a place to live. And that was the primary objective of this project from the beginning. It was also done in a way that was very sensitive to the environment and the area in which the project is located. 61 acres, if you'll recall, are preserved as open space and preserved woodlands on this property. I think it's over 50% or somewhere close to 60%. So about 60% of the land. Included in that area, we have 17 acres of designated conservation areas that are included there. The project was specifically designed to maintain rural character. It maintains rural character on Marshall Road. The original farmhouse on the property will remain as part of preserving the cultural heritage of the property, and it preserves rural view sheds along Baker Road. It's a type of location sort of tucked back there along the expressway that when you drive by the roads, you don't know that there's anything like it there. That's the whole idea of a rural view shed. And I think that was pretty important to the community here in particular because of it's not a high dense area. You have a lot of farmland, you have a lot of rural area. You can develop and provide housing opportunities for the people in the area at the same time preserving the character of the area. And that's what we tried to do. We also have included, we have a half-a-mile community pathway that we're going to be building. That was worked out with the Planning Commission. And in addition, we provided an extra easement across the property if in the future the township should ever do a pedestrian pathway across the expressway. That was just something that was mentioned as being a long-term objective or aspiration, I should say, more. And so we've accommodated for that. We also focused on the township's current and modern standards for environmental sustainability. We have a solar farm, very unique aspect for a project of this nature. EV charging stations. The duplexes and villas will be LEED or energy certification efficient. So it'll keep the bills at reasonable levels with respect to energy usage. We can go on. We also had worked out and proposed with the Planning Commission and earlier the first round with the board, approximately $300,000 of contributions, direct contributions to the township for the township's discretion to be used for fire and emergency systems and utilities. The project will provide jobs. We project 120 jobs, permanent jobs for the senior living facility, and approximately 800 construction jobs. And of course, there's the typical, increase in the community tax base as a result of the project. So these benefits were worked on over a long period of time and a lot of discussion and public meetings about these. So this was interesting. This is sort of the overview of what we've done in our time frame, the 12 meetings we've gone to, public meetings we've gone to. Key dates were February and last year, 2022, where the Planning Commission recommended approval to the board of the planned unit development and the preliminary site plan. Your ordinance, your PUD ordinance, is mostly like everyone else's. It's a very comprehensive, somewhat onerous process, at least for property owners or developers, and it's a two-stage process. The first stage, you really track whether the PUD is proper. That is it consistent with your master plan? Is it, do you meet various objectives that the community has? And then you approve also the preliminary site plan. Because after that, you're then authorized to go and do the detailed engineering design and get permits and approvals from other agencies. Very expensive process. No one does that if you don't get your PUD authorization. So in May of 2022, this board, although I know that there's been some changes, unanimously approved that PUD, the PUD concept, approval, consistency with the master plan, and also the preliminary site plan. So what's happened in the last year, we've been doing the final design and engineering. And that's been going back and forth with your engineering and planning consultants. They review the plans, they comment it, we make changes. It goes back and forth many times. At the same time, we're working on the PUD agreement with your legal counsel, the sewer agreement, I'm gonna get to that in a moment, and the condo documents, because you guys review the condo documents, your lawyers look at that too, everything related to the project. And eventually, once that's all ready for submission to the Planning Commission, once it gets recommendations from your consultants, then we go back to the Planning Commission, which was in November of 2022 for a recommendation on final site plan approval. And the Planning Commission recommended that in November. And now we're before the board for your final approval in that regard. I understand, and we've been trying to be very cooperative and work with you on this, and that there are some unique features of this process that you didn't have any experience with. And that's particularly with this private wastewater treatment system. And I know that you have done a lot of due diligence on this. I watched the presentation from Eagle that came in. We've submitted a lot of information. From my perspective, I do these a lot. Well, a lot. They're not every day, but they're common, and they're very expensive and time consuming and heavily regulated. So to me, this all seemed pretty straightforward about what we're doing. But I know that you had a great deal of concern about whether or not the community would be responsible for the system. And hopefully you've looked at that and understand that that's not the case. These systems are highly regulated by the state. The state law has always provided that the ownership doesn't really matter. It could be owned by a private entity, it could be owned by a municipality. Whoever owns it, the standards are the same. The standards to construct it, to get permits, to operate it are all the same. So this would be a new state-of-the-art facility that if you, Scio Township, decided we wanted to build this ourselves and operate it, this is what you would do. It'd be the same kind of facility. You'd have to go through the same permitting process with Eagle in that regard. And that's what we've done. I will say, I'm going to just respond to Fred Lucas's comment about the Ann Arbor sewer. I have done Fred, you might remember this. I've done 3 private wastewater treatment systems in Washtenaw County with Fred Lucas, where Fred represented the communities in that regard. I can tell you as a matter of course, representing developers for 40-something years, the first thing you always look at, is there any way we could get utilities here? Anyway, it's so much easier to have a public system and just connect and pay your fees and do that. And so there's the very first thing you look at in any project. Is there any possibility of doing that? Because these are really expensive. You would never do this if you had 20 homes. I mean, you can't pay for it that way. So they're usually only involved in bigger projects. With respect to the sewer here, there were several impediments, and that was all looked at right from the beginning. 4 years ago, they looked at that right from the beginning. First of all, we're in the Ann Arbor Water District. We're not in the Ann Arbor Sewer District. So you'd have to negotiate a whole new agreement with Ann Arbor, and it might likely would involve annexation of property. Second, even if you could do all that, the cost was prohibitive. I mean, we could not be economic for us to pay for that. That would mean that everybody, including our neighbors, would have to pay their fair share of the sewer system. It would be prohibitively expensive. So that was all looked at right from the beginning. Love to just write a check and pay for sewer service and not have to go through this, what we've gone through. Do you want to? Okay. So I don't know how much you want to hear. If you have questions about what you've heard before about Lake Isabella, what happened there, what Eagle tried to do, or MDEQ in the past, is that I view it as they got lazy, because what they wanted to do is state law authorized privately owned systems. Eagle said, we want the municipalities, though, to sign off on it. Therefore, even though we have all this regulatory power, I think I showed you that in the ordinance, we have all this authority, and the Attorney General can get in, we have enforcement authority, we could fine, we could do all this stuff. We'd rather just have the municipality take care of it. So what they did 20-something years ago is that they required municipalities to sign on. And that's what the court said was improper. You can't do that. It's really, you can't force the municipality to take over your regulatory responsibility for that sewer system. So what Eagle did after that is that, I say Eagle, it was MDEQ back then. They said, okay, the municipality has taxing power, so we could figure they could always raise money to fix it and control it if they want to. What they then did is they came up with this fairly detailed regulatory system that requires privately owned systems to put up a lot of money. These various escrow accounts, 5-year maintenance, replacement escrows. They require you to do a restrictive covenant. I think you've seen a copy of that. The restrictive covenant is very elaborate. They do the same for every project. I mean, they've got it down as to what they want. And so that's what we've done all that here. It's also, for those that have gone through this process, it's really hard. Eagle doesn't always grant the permits and approvals to build such a system. And you have to go through a lot of hurdles to get there. And we did that here. Eagle's very comfortable with the system, the operations, the people that are going to run it, the reporting, everything like that. So I don't know if you still have questions. I don't want to just, go off and talk about a system like that. So I'll just, I'll stop there. And if you have any questions about that issue that are still lingering, I'd be glad to talk about it and answer those questions. The last thing I did want to talk about briefly, you want to go to that's a copy of the Eagle permit that we got. That's the discharge permit. That's a key issue. And here's some key provisions on the restrictive covenant. Runs with the land. It covers construction, maintenance, and repair. It provides reserve funds and perpetual funding mechanisms. There's a consent for ongoing fees and assessments. And I think you have an ordinance too. You're one of the few, I should say this, you're one of the few communities out there that have your own ordinance dealing with these systems. And I know a little bit about the history of that. is when Lake Isabella came up, and before Eagle then imposed their new requirements, you guys adopted an ordinance right away. And I remember that. And I know a little bit about that because actually one of my partners was a supervisor of the township for some years, a long time ago. Hopefully hopefully he wasn't one you didn't like, I don't know. But in any case, so you have an ordinance that covers this. No one else does really. And we've complied with that ordinance. We provided your ordinance requires a separate sewer agreement, which has been prepared and follows your ordinance, was reviewed by your council. Changes that were requested have been made, and hopefully it's in a form that's acceptable in that regard. And then with respect to the easements are provided to you. They're provided to Eagle, anybody else to come onto the site to inspect, to look, to maintain, repair. We agree to a special assessment, even though it's not really necessary, but if somebody chose to come onto the property and to take responsibility, we've already agreed to a special assessment on the property for that purpose, although that's really also covered by the condo documents. It's a fairly elaborate web of connection here, more so than even in an ordinary case where you don't have such an ordinance. Yeah, why don't we go on? Oh, this slide just is probably impossible to read because I can't read it from here. It shows the many different treatment facilities in the area in Washtenaw County. These are both private and public, but there are a lot of private facilities. Okay, why don't we go on? All right. So I wasn't sure how much to get into this too. This relates to our neighbors, Mr. Spicer and Mr. Cat, who have been very persistent. They've been here at every meeting and complaining about primarily the intersection improvements, the MDOT improvements. I really want to, and the comments are like, we're just terrible people, that we're not good neighbors or anything like that. I just want to remind the board briefly what occurred and what the Planning Commission and your consultants understood. So the intersection improvements that we're doing are fairly elaborate. They're fairly expensive. They're going to cure traffic. They're going to involve traffic improvements now and for any other property that gets developed in the area that we pay for. What we're doing is exactly what MDOT has required us to do. We didn't argue about it. We didn't negotiate it. If you know MDOT and if you know Washtenaw County Road Commission, they're both very difficult. The Washtenaw County Road Commission is probably the most difficult road commission in the state that I deal with. They're crazy sometimes. This is what they wanted. They've approved it. They've issued their permit. This is what MDOT wants. Now let me explain why this is such a good thing to our neighbors in a sense. Maybe you can go forward. That was the timeline there of all the different things that go on. So what you're looking at there is Baker Road, and you see the service drive to the top and to the left side. That's a little narrow service drive that's on the right of way. MDOT, is it MDOT right away or is it Washtenaw County? It's MDOT right away. I believe that is the property that you're looking at there is Mr. Kett's property. And you can see where they access right now to the road there, okay? So just to let you know that access, unlike most accesses, it's not like a driveway off their property. It actually goes onto in front of the property that we have and own right now. So it's an unusual access. And the access only allows a single family home on those properties. It is deficient and unacceptable to MDOT or the Road Commission to allow anything else to happen on Mr. Kett or Mr. Spicer's property. So let's go further here. So you can see this is looking down the access drive towards the expressway, and you can see that across from the access drive, that's the road, that's Baker Road up there. And you can see why they won't let you you can't cut through there. You can't, there's no way they could put a driveway directly, any kind of driveway for any development in the future, whether it's commercial or otherwise. And those properties are master planned for, I believe, highway commercial someday in the future. That's what you've master planned them for. So you can't do anything with those properties. Right now, without any improvement, those properties can only be used or developed for a single family house or whatever there. And they have no ability on their own property to do anything otherwise. They can't do anything. It's an interesting situation. So that shows what MDOT has required us to do, the boulevard and entrance, okay? And the red line shows the property line, our property line outside of the right of way. And yes, no question that the way it's designed, that particularly if you have a big vehicle, you have to go farther in onto our property and make that turnaround if you're coming into the Cat and Spicer property to get to the rest of the access drive. Going out, it's still just make a right. I get it. It's more inconvenient to them than what currently exists. But it's also a lot safer too for everybody in that regard. But here's the key for that. By virtue of doing that, and we're putting it all in. I mean, we're not getting contributions from any other property owners in there. By virtue of doing that, it makes the Cat and Spicer properties developable for the highway commercial or anything. Because what we've done, what your planning commission required us to do and your consultants required us to do, and I think we show it a little bit on the next slide. Either way, that's the location where it currently is right now, but we were required to provide future easement access for future development or use of the Cat and Spicer property. And that gives you an example of where it's currently projected to go, because they can't develop their property, number one, without having this access. The only way they have access is to go over someone else's property, our property or our predecessor's property. And by doing this, they're getting a huge value for the fact that they're inconvenienced today by having to drive. And I'm not minimizing that. My intent is not to minimize it, it's different. But that's what the road commission says. And the access road that they go on is right of way. It's controlled by the road commission. We don't control that. So everybody has recognized, at least up to this point in time, that this is a significant value to our neighbor's property. The one thing, and we've talked about other things. We've talked about, providing access to the water for looped water for future development, easement access across to our stormwater, to this, across the area to our stormwater on the other side. Things that developers, if there were ever a buyer or developer, would find very valuable for that property. Honestly, the one thing we haven't done, which has been the demand from day one, is buy our property. We are not interested in buying that property, and that's really where that's sat. And MDOT has not required their agreement. MDOT said we'd like you to get their agreement if you can for the easement, but we prepared an easement. We gave it to MDOT. MDOT approved it, and that's where we're at on that. I mean, and all I could say is we got a long construction period. We want to be good neighbors to our neighbor. We would, we'll continue to talk to them in that regard, but we're not going to buy their property. And that's really that's been the theme for 3 years now. We're jamming our neighbors. We're being big developers. Why don't you buy their property? I don't know what more to say about that other than to try to explain again that what's being done here is very valuable to their properties. It makes their properties developable where it wasn't before. And that's significant. I have no idea what the change in value is, but it's significant. We move on. I think that's all I was going to say, because I think those have been the two issues that were just lingering out there. The road issue and the sewer plant issue. But we've spent a lot of time, I think, over the last 6 months trying to address this in good faith and answer all your questions. And we're here to answer any more questions, but we hope that you'll give us an approval.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I know we also have Ted Erickson connected remotely. So if there's technical questions about the wastewater treatment plant in particular, that's Ted's area of expertise. But why don't we? You can ask questions. Yeah, yes. We're going to take some turns, and we'll start with Trustee Noel.
I wanted to ask you some questions about the MDOT did not require an agreement. A little bit more about that. I just want to understand how it evolved that they approved the easement, as you're saying. I want to be clear that they actually approved the easement. So you just talk a little more about that. And then I have another question.
Yeah, what happened is that I prepared an easement. That's one of my legal jobs, because MDOT wanted an easement. I prepared it, and it was an easement from us to all our neighbors, giving them access. And it's both sides of the property. I sent it with an explanatory letter to our neighbors, including Mr. Kett, Mr. Spicer, and ask if they'd be interested in signing it. The comment that I got back was, again, I'm being straight on this one, is that we're not going to sign from Kett, and we're not going to sign it, and you're not going to be able to do your project unless you buy us. I mean, that's pretty much what it's been all along. And I had provided the easement to MDOT. MDOT approved the easement. I mean, the form of they said, this is great. This is exactly what we're looking for. They were working, MDOT has an assistant attorney general, state of Michigan. That's their lawyer that I dealt with in that regard. And then after I'm going backwards. They approved I sent them the easement first before I sent it to anybody. MDOT, is this okay? Is this what you're looking for? They came back and said, it's okay. Please try to get the neighbors to sign off on it. And that's when I sent them the letter and everything. I then reported to MDOT that here's what we tried to do. These neighbors, these two neighbors won't sign, the other neighbors would sign. What do you want to do in that regard? And they indicated that they did not require, and there was no basis for them to require that the neighbors sign it. They controlled the right of way. It's their right of way. This is what they think, that this is what they require for safety purposes. And that was their position. And that's where we've been with them. Independent of that, we still tried to, we still had discussions. I had discussions with Fred Lucas, about trying to come up with something. Fred suggested that he specifically called me up and suggested, can you let us connect to your sewer plant? And I actually explored it. I mean, I asked the consultants, the people, because I'm just a lawyer, it doesn't bother me. And the answer was no, it doesn't have the capacity for that. And there's no room to expand the capacity there. And there were other legal issues with respect to that, including that would violate the township's own sewer ordinance. But so I told Fred that we can't do it. I mean, we could do other things like, the water, doing the water looping or doing stormwater, things that would help the value of future development of their property. Because I don't think Mr. Kett or, Mr. Spicer would be developing the property themselves. They're obviously going to sell it to somebody. They're not developers. So we were trying to come up with other things that would create help create value to their property for a future developer. And that's where it ended. That's where we are.
So is there an agreement in place, like for the joint use of the boulevard entrance? Is there an agreement in place?
There's a unilateral easement that we prepared that would be recorded. And I don't know if it's been executed. I don't know if it's actually been recorded, but there's an actual easement where we give the township, our neighbors, the right to access the property for purpose of ingress egress. And they're not required to pay for it. The condo documents in the future, if you saw that picture where we showed you that there could be an access right to the middle of the boulevard for future development. If there's ever future development, the condo documents would allow us to work with that future developer for some sort of pro rata maintenance. I mean, if you got somebody else next door who builds a commercial building or something like that, then and they use our driveway, there's going to be insurance issues, there's going to be maintenance issues. But under the current easement to our neighbors, they have no obligation, and it makes it clear that we're obligated to keep it clear from snow and ice and maintain it and do everything like that. They get to use it. So that's the document I was talking about, the easement.
No, I just want to know, our systems, community wastewater sewer systems from the same manufacturer in use elsewhere in Michigan that are comparable to this system. I want to know what's the track record with this particular system.
I'll defer to Ted on that, but I think that I listened to the presentation by Eagle, and I thought they were saying that this system is very similar or comparable or the same, is on a smaller scale than some larger systems that were used nearby, but I don't know about the manufacturer. So
we'll let Ted in.
He's already in now.
Yeah, good evening. I'm here. The manufacturer of much of the equipment is Aqua Aerobics. It's a sequencing batch reactor. That same system is in use for the Multi-Lakes wastewater plant, the Green Oak Township wastewater plant, the Lyon Township wastewater plant, to name a few off the top of my head.
Have you had any problems with it?
No, we have not. Like I think Multi-Lakes has been an SBR since 2008, 2009. The Green Oak Township has been around for 15 years. Lyon Township has been around for quite a few years as well.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Noel, is that?
I'm done for now.
Trustee Carey, I think I saw your hand up next.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, a couple of things. You keep saying good neighbors. Do you plan on living there? Or you just
plan on living there?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so just to clear that up.
Although when I say we, I mean we, the property owners, proprietors of the project.
The on-site sewer wastewater, how much is that? I asked Eagle, I've asked other questions. Nobody knows the answer of how much that would cost to build it.
It's in the range of $3.5
to $4 million. And how many gallons of waste per day?
Ted, correct me, I think it's 55,000 gallons of water.
You say it's 66,300, Dan.
66,300. Okay, and another thing, I heard you say special assessment. What was that about again?
So right now, I mean, it's a condo setup, and so under the condo setup, there are ordinary assessments anyways to cover it. But as a backup, the documents indicate that the property owners now and in the future, that means the assisted living facility the people that might own the duplexes in the future, they have all consented in advance to a special assessment district for payment of raising money if in the future something ever happened and there wasn't money there.
Okay, so kind of like an HOA, similar, but
It'd be,
for a special assessment if the roads needed to be improved.
yes, just like what you would do. And it also runs to the township too. That was at the township's request and it's in your ordinance. So it's, so you could go and just like you were doing a road improvement project, you can go and specially assess all of these properties and they would have approved it in advance, okay?
Under what act?
Whatever, can't remember the public act that deals with special stuff. Now, I should clarify, just so you know, what it says is that we agree to the special assessment district, which is very common. We do not agree, I don't bind future people from challenging the allocation. So just like you do a road assessment and you assess a bunch of properties or sewer, public sewer project, you do an assessment district and people could object to the assessment district. It's not a public purpose. It's, you shouldn't do it, but they can't object to, no one could object to the assessment district. You do have the right to object to your allocation. There's a process for that. I can't bind anybody like a future property owner to a potential assessment 10 years from now from saying that assessment's not fairly allocated among the property owners to be assessed.
So who would begin this process for the special assessment if there is a failure of something?
It's never going to happen, but if it did happen, it would be the state first. I mean, it could be you.
Okay, there's provision in our ordinance for creation of a special assessment district.
Okay, well, under Public Act 188,
okay, and I'm in our ordinance.
Okay, so the thing is that I'm thinking is that under 188, if the township initiated a special assessment, let's say something failed over there and we're like, oh, we need to do this, and they come back with a written objection petition, and for 20% of the property owner signed that, then it fails. So what do we do then?
I think this is a question for Mariah.
I'm sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
they can't do that.
They can't,
That's
okay.
what this language says, is that they have already, they have already irrevocably agreed to a special assessment.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay,
it
I
can't
wasn't.
happen.
That's exactly right.
Right,
Then good.
You're exactly right.
Yeah, we want to make sure that, anything that does,
right.
if it, roads break down.
Yeah, they don't have the right to object. As Alan said, they only have the right to object to how the assessments are allocated among the parties of the assessment. So
it's good to know.
It's on page 5.
Page 5, okay.
14.
Yeah. So is this the right project plan map? Because it wasn't in the packet that I could find. So this was, I think, Mark, you sent this, but you weren't sure if this was updated. And there was a couple of them, so I don't know. Is this right? I'm sorry. Can you see that?
We got a full set of drawings.
There's a link that you can access the site plan.
This is correct.
That is the correct, okay. Well, there was a couple of them. So I did, yeah, I had this from the other day, but I was looking at, and this is it's showing the full parcel. And so it said 61% was open space, but I don't understand how that is if we're looking at this and there's mostly duplexes and whatnot. So that's a little, I don't know, because the 61% open space, it doesn't look like there's a lot of open space. And also, do the neighbors, okay, up in the north, it would be the northeast corner where the wastewater treatment plant would be, and then it looks like an emergency driveway, or is that right? It's like hard to see.
The secondary emergency access that the planning commission and your consultants wanted to keep only as a secondary emergency access and not be allowed to be used for fire and yeah.
Are the and I think if I remember correctly in the past, this is, you're right, it's been going on for a long time. So the residents over there did not want an exit entrance onto Marshall Road because of this disruption of the traffic. So are they aware that that wastewater treatment plant is next to their properties?
Yes. The house on the site plan.
Well, right here, there are
Yes.
quite a few over here. Okay. Okay, I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Who was next? Were you next?
I don't have to be next. I have my hand up, but I don't know. I think Mark.
Sure. So I know there was, I think, one quote in the last meeting that there was supposed to be a good faith negotiation with Mr. Spicer and Mr. Kent. Was there ever any time when you folks did offer to purchase the property? Did that ever occur?
We had, going back to 2020, first before the planning commission, we had Mr. Kett, a conversation with Mr. Kett, asked him if he had an interest in, you know, what he wanted for his property, if he wanted to sell his property. We had a verbal discussion at that point in time. And it was clear that what we felt was market rate and what they were asking, we were never going to get to an agreement.
Okay, so there was some type of verbal, you had a number, they had a number, you were just miles apart. Is that a fair statement? So what, can I ask, I guess I'll ask Mr. Kett or Mr. Spicer, what was your number? Let me start there.
They offered me 370, what was it, 371,000 for mine.
So how much would that be per acre roughly?
I think it was like
29,710.
Sorry?
29,000.
So 79.
Yeah, 29,000.
89,710.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and you felt that was low?
Yeah.
Based on what?
Based on what I figured the property was worth, and I was right when they paid 725,000, but the same acres that I own.
Okay. Then the reason I ask is because I heard your concern, so I did some checking on myself and I ran some comps.
Yeah.
And if I took I threw out the lowest and the highest, the average acre that was sold. So let me back up. When you think of value, and this is, by the way, not only property, but, and again, I'm empathetic to your situation. Everybody wants to maximize their dollar. Got it, understand. I'm all for that, right? But one thing I have learned in sales is, you know, value is really determined by three things. It's determined by having a motivated purchaser, a motivated seller who arrive at a price and complete a transaction. So that's how you really kind of finalize really what something is actually worth, right? It's like when you go to the garage sale and you know, my wife wants to sell the frying pan for $45. I'm like, honey, it's a 10-cent frying pan. I know it's worth $45 to you, but it's 10-cent frying pan. So anyways, I ran some comps and I came up with an average comp. And again, I threw out the highest, I threw out the lowest. I just tried to make this even for, and I did it also for unimproved land. So similar to what you have, agriculture. And I came up to an average price of about $78,900.
So then why'd they pay 700?
I'm sorry.
It's not zoned as agriculture.
Not zoned as agriculture. Yeah. So that was the average price. And I don't know what so they offered me 371, so 80, I'm doing some math there, $87,000 roughly. So the price at that time seemed fair. I think rates are much lower today. Unfortunately, commercial real estate is down dramatically.
Well, they pay for that property for the boulevard.
I guess that's a strategic property versus a tactical property. I'm not sure those two apply. It's really a matter of what did the comps go, in my mind, if I'm looking at property to purchase property, what did other things for similar value and similar nature go for around my area? That kind of defines some relational value. So again, if there's a strategic buyer, so let's say you have a strategic buyer. I'll give you an example. A big box store comes in. I can't think of one offhand. A huge big box store comes in. They would consider your property a strategic purchase, right? Because they might give you $300,000 or even $400,000 an acre, something crazy, because it's strategic to them to buy that whole property because they see that as a landmark, because you're very close to the highway, as a great landmark property. So it'd be much more valuable to them than it would be maybe to a different developer. Like, for example, maybe somebody like a big box retailer is paying $300,000, but I'm going to be a storage facility. I'm going to pay $40,000 because the value to me is nice. Same property, but different values to those different folks on how they're going to leverage and utilize that property and get their ROI back. So I was just trying to make sure, was there a good faith effort made? And again, it's okay that you don't see eye to eye. You don't have to, right? Everybody's got a perception of value, but I wanted to tie it back to what were other properties actually sold for, right? Was there actually value sold for in the surrounding area? I believe these properties were on, and I've got copies up here, on Baker and Jackson.
Farmland sold for, you know?
I don't. I can show you I have the comps if you want to see them. I can certainly share them with you.
Your comps show C3 commercial property on the corner of a 5-lane Class A road and a 6-lane expressway. They don't exist. That's the hottest property imaginable.
But again, it's all about the value of the property it is to them. Like I said earlier, to a big box store, your property would no doubt be worth a lot more money than it would be, like I said, to a storage facility or some other facility. Here you have an organization that's not even going to leverage the property. So I'm not disagreeing that property maybe it's what somebody's willing to pay for. That's what it's valued at. What a motivated buyer, a motivated seller come up to agreed pricing to complete a transaction. When you have all four of those things together, that's what defines a value. But it doesn't matter whether it's property, my laptop, this pot, it's all the same. Doesn't matter.
Completely understand.
So I'm not saying that you couldn't get that money. By the way, I hope you do. God bless you, man. I want you to. I really do. I'm on your side. But you have to find the right buyer. I sell a lot of vintage goods, right? And you'd look at some of the stuff and go, Mark, I'd throw it in the trash can. There's another person out there that goes, oh my goodness, I'll give you lots of money for it. So it's all about the perception of that buyer, what they're going to utilize it for. So I think Mark's opinion only, that the improvement of the land, I would think would give you guys really raise your odds of getting the number maybe you guys are looking for. Maybe more of the 371. Maybe you're looking for 3 times that or 4 times that. I think that possibility exists with the right buyer. And then now that the land is developed, my gut tells me that's a good thing for you, I think. You know, and the reason I caveat that is I'm not a real estate expert. So I want to pull back on that. The second question I want to ask you gentlemen was, are these sewers, like, I'm assuming there's some kind of, like, they're monitored or something? Is there some kind of regulatory inspections that happen all the time and they're regularly monitored, right? Yes. Yeah, okay. Okay, I just wasn't.
They have to do monthly reports, but the on-site
like
visits from Eagle can be sparse. So I think I asked about that, and Mike said maybe 3 visits over the course of 4 years. Say exactly. So there's not regular on-site visitations.
Got it. Okay. You know, one of the things I just want to review, one of the things I'll share with the committee that I'm looking for my notes. I actually wrote this stuff down. Where I want to try to look at 2 things. I try to look at the public benefit, and I try to look at the benefit for our residents, right? This is what I try to weigh in my head, right? And being what's best for all parties. So I'll start with Scio, and then I'll go to Mr. Kett and Mr. Spicer. And again, this is Mark's opinion only. I'm 1 vote, one voice only. I do like obviously the concept of the increase the tax base. I like to contribute to the fire funds. I think those are the easy things. The big one I really like, and by the way, I'm gonna be 65, so I may use this facility someday, sooner or later. I like the idea, and I think all of us have to consider here, because we're all in our, not some of you young kids.
Gen X.
Yeah, you kind of right. Young kids. But I like the idea that when I do get of age, I have a place to go and not be kicked out of Scio. Right? I've got a place to go live when that day comes, when I'm going to need a little extra help. So I like the idea of the diversity. The second thing I like is, I'm going to call it safe utilization. You know, it's going to be seniors. You know, you mentioned drive, by the way. I did some quick math about the 450 cars. That's about a car a minute if you're out for an 8-hour period. So it's not a lot of cars. It may sound like a lot of cars, 450 cars, but if you just do the math.
Yeah, again, right in front of your house, see if you like it.
It'd be 1 car a minute.
Yeah, that's a lot of cars.
It's a boulevard. It'd be no different than the folks who live on Jackson Road.
I don't live on Jackson Road.
I understand. I like the idea that, you know, again, we're all also guessing at 450. I don't know if 450 or it's 200. But what I like about it is that it's not, we're putting up something that's low risk, right? It's seniors, it's senior living. It's not a prison that we're putting. It's a prison put there. I'd have a lot more challenge with putting a prison there. I really would. I also like the idea of economic stability because seniors are not a fad, right? We're gonna be here hopefully for a long time. Hopefully you're here for a long time too. And I had a heart attack too, so get it, understand? My wife says, yeah, I'm stuck with you. Because they saved me. So I like the idea. So I don't see the idea that would Heritage fail. Of course, any business can fail. I mean, you know, if I want to be realistic, you could fail. You could do a bad job. Somebody I would guess would pick up the pieces. So those are the things that I find appealing as what I call Scio public benefit, because that's my job as a trustee, is say what's best for Scio. However, I also like to look at our residents. What's good for our residents too. They are a part of the community, just like businesses are also part of our community. I see this infrastructure accessibility as a really way to increase your value of your property. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a way for you guys to get maybe the number you've got in your head of $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 an acre. I don't think it'd be out of the question at that juncture. So like you said, the location is a prime location for the right kind of, I don't know, I want to say Kentucky Fried Chicken, like you said, or a big box store, something like that would need that big expanse of property. It sounds like if I'm hearing you correctly, I want to make sure that this is clear. They would only have to, the road expense would only be applicable to them once the property is developed and they access the property. There's no encumbrance on them whatsoever at this moment, right? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so make sure that's the case. So I would expect then that the land developer, if they assume they sold the property to whoever, Target built the store there, Target would then have to pay all those improvement facilities. Is that right?
Their share of ongoing maintenance.
Their share. And we would have, I mean, we're all talking about, you know, concerns about the senior center, senior housing over that. We would have probably even more concerns. Like, we know that the property next door is C2 future. It's not zoned that right now. But if they did bring a Target or a big box there or something like that, then we would want to be talking to them about screening and things like that. Because now we have our, you know, our housing is adjacent to commercial use. So it's you know, but for what we're doing, and I think I said this before, but for what we're doing, they would never be able to get access for those commercial uses, whatever those uses might be in the future. And I think you hit it on the, you know, on the head right there. Is we had no need for the property. We didn't want the property. We don't have any commercial plans for it. But if Mr. Kett and Mr. Spicer think that it's very valuable, then they can sell it in the market now. And particularly with respect to the improvements that we're making, a developer would see that they've already got access. They don't have to go and spend a year negotiating with MDOT and the Washtenaw County Road Commission to get a driveway permit to get access to it. It's already there, built for them, paid for. So that's a huge benefit.
Property right next to mine.
Sorry?
He just bought a piece of property that butts up right to mine by the highway, but they don't need any property, but they bought it.
Well, yeah, I can't go into it. I'm sorry, John, is there something?
No, I was just wondering if you have many more questions, because I know Jessica and I have some.
Hold on, I have one. Okay. I'll stop.
Well, you don't, I just want to say, you don't just get one turn, right? This is a big issue. We're going to take the time to fully deliberate.
Yeah, I did have one last comment. The one also thing I like about seniors, in terms, because you mentioned traffic and all the other stuff, they're usually in bed by 6. so
except the ones who serve
except the ones who serve till 11 o'clock. That's right. There are a few exceptions to the rule.
I don't go to bed. Why don't we turn to Clerk Flintoff for a turn?
Yeah, Doug, could you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Fred Lucas had his hand up.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
So does someone have a question for Fred?
I would like to hear what Fred has to say. Well, I mean,
I've been married 41 years. I've been called all kinds of things.
No, I don't want to.
But it's Brazil.
Brazil.
Yes.
I just wanted to comment. You're absolutely right. The improvements those improvements would, if the property could be developed, The problem is now you've got a wastewater treatment plant on this property. You have no sewer availability. Nobody can develop that for commercial purposes without having some access to wastewater treatment. I don't think it's very likely that MDOT or that Eagle is now going to allow a second wastewater treatment plant to be placed in such close proximity to the existing one. I don't know that for a fact, but I don't think that's ever been investigated. And one of the problems is without wastewater, the capability of wastewater treatment, yeah, you're right. It's perfect property for development, and your master plan identifies that as that. But yeah, you're right. If you got one element of it, which is perfect, if we could develop it with a wastewater treatment, or if it had sewer or whatever, you're absolutely right. These improvements would make that property worth much more money. I have no question. The problem is that as it's presently set up, I don't see how these properties could ever be developed because there is no wastewater treatment. And given the proximity of the new treatment plant that's going in, I don't know what the availability is. I mean, do we want to start putting wastewater treatment plants up and down that road, which is where you have designed for commercial development? That's the question I have. And the other question I have, and I don't know the answer to it, I'm freely admitting it, but what is the likelihood of getting another wastewater treatment plant in such close proximity to the existing wastewater treatment plant?
So I'll make two quick comments. I'll hand it over to the rest of my constituency. Two things that occur to me on that statement. That's a fair question, by the way. Is one, if there was a concern about putting in a wastewater treatment plant, we could have done that 12 meetings ago, right? I mean, there's plenty of time for us to remove. We all knew that they weren't putting sewer in there 3 years ago. So if that was suddenly such a big issue for everyone, why didn't we bring it up 12 meetings ago? I mean, I wasn't here 12. Okay, or I'm sorry, 12 meetings ago, right? There's 12 meetings. So I understand. Two, if you have something like a big, like a Target or something like that, for them at that junction to go put in sewer and pay the millions and millions of dollars and go through that duration, because I've been taking that, probably take years to get approved and all this stuff to go through with Washington County and Ann Arbor. Those guys would have that perseverance. These folks have already kind of placed that perseverance, so I have to give them some kind of, I'm looking at, I'm backdating here, looking at the 12 meetings that we all said yes to.
So why don't we turn to Clerk Flintoff at this point?
No, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just commenting on this thing. And the last would be, we don't know, there's somewhat conjecture here because we don't know whether other plants can be put in or not put in. That's just, we're just guessing, right? None of us know.
No, I understand. That's why I said I don't know the answer. I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you I know something when I don't.
Right.
But I think it's something that we should know, that the board should know, because if you want to develop that commercial area, if in fact that's what the goal is, to develop the commercial area in that area, which this is not actually in that commercial area, I think those are the types of questions that need to be answered. I guess that's all I'm getting at, is that there's some unknowns here, and there may be, they may say it's fine, but I can't answer that for you.
That's right.
Clerk Flintoff.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say hi to the Smiths, Barbara Smith. I have worked with her before, and I just want to personally say that I'm sorry that I haven't, personally, I wish you and your family the best, and I'm sorry that I haven't been able to be more supportive of this project, but I have not found that it's in the interest of the township as a whole. So I'd like to ask if Doug Lewan could come on. I have a question for him and also for our township attorney, Mariah Fink. First, I want to make sure I'm understanding this. This is agricultural land. And what is being requested before us tonight is a discretionary change to our local zoning ordinance to allow them to do something different than that, a planned unit development. Okay. I also want to give context. I know when I mentioned this last time, Mark, when we were denying responsibility for the community wastewater treatment, I mentioned this, and I'll just say it briefly. I do think it's significant. It is not this applicant's problem, but it is the township's problem. We need to look at our master planning and our planning process. I think that that's part of the issue here. This board has never approved the current master plan. It was a split vote from the planning commission, and Alan 6-0, board vote in May 2022 for the preliminary approval of the PUD process. Only 3 of those 6 people are still here. So just to name the elephant in the room, there's been a lot of transition, and I think we need a better process here. Okay, great. So question about the preliminary approval PUD. And then I know it was preliminarily approved by the board in May 2022, 6-0. Final approval by the PUD by a vote of 4-2 at the Planning Commission. A vote of 4-2. So a split vote on something that's entirely discretionary. I have a question for Mariah and Laura about what the preliminary approval of the PUD by the board means. When I look at our ordinance in section 36-245, general provisions, Mariah, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. 36-245, subsection C1 mentions the intent, which is defined above, 36.244, the intent of a PUD, and also what the standards are. Throughout the Carlisle-Wortman report, Laura, in the Carlisle-Wortman review of November 22nd, 2022, it talks a lot about the affirmation of the intent and the standards. So I just want to make sure when Carlisle-Wortman says intent and standards that I'm tracking with the 36.244 intent in our ordinance, and then the standards. I think what are meant by standards are what's in 36.245 subsection C. But Laura or Mariah, not to put one of, if you don't know off the top of your head, but throughout the Carlisle-Wortman report and the Planning Commission meetings, it says, for example, it says that the approval of the preliminary PUD by the Township Board affirms that the PUD eligibility criteria has been met. It also says approval of the preliminary PUD by the Township Board affirms the intent and the standards of the PUD district have been met. And Laura, I'm looking at November 22nd, 2022 review, page 3. Because this was kind of the review. So it says the Planning Commission will need to affirm the proposed project meets the PUD eligibility criteria, and the Planning Commission needs to determine if the PUD meets the intent and outlined standards of the PUD district. The answer in the Carlisle-Wortman report is that the approval of the preliminary PUD by the Township Board affirms both that the PUD eligibility criteria has been met and that the intent and standards of the PUD district have been met. When I look back at our ordinance, it describes what the meaning of the approval of the preliminary PUD is. And if I'm understanding this correctly, let's see, subsection where we, subsection G, it says 36.248 subsection G, effective approval of the preliminary PUD plan. Approval of the preliminary PUD plan that is required does not constitute final PUD plan or rezoning approval, but only bestows the right of the applicant to proceed to the final site plan stage. So all of this is to say, when I'm wondering, has the board affirmed that the intent and standards of the PUD district have been met through that preliminary approval 6-0 May 2022? Because when I look at the standards, I don't see that they've been met, but I want to know if the board has in fact stated that they've been met.
Are we going to have the discussion now?
I'd like to hear from Laura or Mariah some initial, because what concerns me is not to discuss the standards in particular, but what we have said here is the planning commission didn't address it because they were instructed that the board's final approval of the preliminary PUD affirms that the intent and standards of the PUD district have been met. So,
But Jessica, the board's action in May of 2022, as we saw in the chronology earlier, followed the planning commission's action. So the planning commission considered that, made a recommendation, then the board acted on it, as you pointed out. A unanimous vote, 6-0. We approved it. And therefore that answers your question, right?
It doesn't, you're not tracking. Hold on.
Wait.
Not tracking.
So let's give Laura a chance.
Thank you.
Yeah, because
it's a lot of information.
Yeah,
so
let's
let's
give Laura a chance to respond.
Thank you.
If she's there. Laura?
Sorry about that. Hi, everybody. Laura Krebs, Carlisle Wortman Associates. Yes, so any preliminary PUD that comes before the Planning Commission, part of their original consideration is whether the development will meet the intent and eligibility requirements of the ordinance. So by recommending approval of the preliminary PUD to the Township Board, the Planning Commission determined that this project met the eligibility requirements and the intent of the planned unit development district. And then as part of that, the Township Board, the Planning Commission only recommends approval. They cannot grant approval. The Township Board is the approving body. And as part of that preliminary consideration, the Township Board affirmed the Planning Commission's recommendation that the development met the intent and the eligibility requirements outlined in the ordinance for the preliminary PUD.
Okay, so maybe I'm just misreading the report then. Because in November 22nd, 2022, after this,
so Jessica, before you read again, can I just, if you go into the ordinance and you look at, it's the same, let's see, it's the same section that you were in. I believe it's the same section you were in. 36-249 application and processing procedures.
Yes.
Okay, so if you scroll through that, I think this is what Laura is referring to. Item D, Planning Commission review and recommendation, preliminary PUD plan. Planning Commission shall review the preliminary PUD plan according to the provisions of blah, 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 blah. Following the public hearing, Planning Commission shall recommend to the Township Board either approval, denial, or approval with conditions. In making its recommendation, the Planning Commission shall find that the proposed PUD meets the intent of the PUD district and the following standards. Laura, I believe that's what you're referring to. Is that correct?
It is. Thank you, Maria. I don't have my ordinance in front of me at the moment, so I appreciate the reference.
Okay, gotcha. So
Jessica, if I could follow up, I think maybe you're asking if new information comes out after this board has given the preliminary site plan approval, such as detailed engineering information, sewer information, information from the neighbors regarding lack of an easement or lack of an agreement, the board can consider all of those things in final site plan. Yeah, that's the section that Jessica read earlier, which is essentially it's the effective approval preliminary PUD plan. And it says does not constitute final PUD plan or rezoning approval, but bestows the right on the applicant to proceed to the final stage.
Okay, so when the planning, and so Laura, maybe I was just misreading the Carlisle Wortman report because after, this was from November of 2022, it stated that the Planning Commission still needed to determine if the PUD meets the intent and outlined standards.
Yes, that was the last review before they acted on that. Correct? The preliminary plan.
Well, this report is from November 22nd, 2022. I'm looking at page 3.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me. So.
Yeah, it says that the planning commission, it says in our last review of the preliminary PUD, the following outstanding items were noted to be addressed during final PUD review. So the final PUD review that the planning commission was doing before it came here tonight.
I see. And then the planning commission recommended approval of the final PUD plan. So by affirming their approval, their recommendation of approval with a final PUD plan, they did that. They a second time indicated that the intent and the eligibility requirements of this development have been met.
So the approval of the, okay, so the bold language there doesn't mean that the planning commission had this deliberation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where, would that have been in the most recent minutes then?
That would have been from the minutes of the meeting where they recommended approval of the final PUD plan, which I believe was in it was late last year, December.
November 28th.
Yeah, what I'm looking at is that it appears to be a list of outstanding items that the PC was to address, including this pretty fundamental one. It says planning commission to determine if the PUD meets the intent and outline standards of the PUD district. And then Carlisle Wortman's answer is the approval of the preliminary PUD by the township board affirms the intent and standards of the PUD district have been met.
What is the date on the report you're looking at?
November 22nd. It was for this meeting.
Where's the front page? I see the front page.
It's in our packet. Because when I looked through the minutes of that planning commission meeting.
I see that as October.
Since that meeting, a memo has been provided noting that all of the items that the planning commission had at their recommending approval have been addressed.
Okay, Laura, I just want to confirm that this one has not been addressed.
It has. It has been addressed.
Has it been addressed only by the board having approved the preliminary PUD?
No.
How has it been addressed since then?
It has been addressed by the planning commission in their recommendation of final PUD plan approval.
Normal process.
I think she's right.
Where's the?
January 4th, 2023. Have you read that memo? The Carlisle Working.
I know it's all in the packet.
I'm trying to be helpful.
No, I know you are. I know you are.
I'm trying to make it.
No, I know. In determining his review. Okay. Got it. So the planning commission has determined that this meets all the criteria for a PUD.
Correct.
Well, they're recommending to the board.
Oh, I know it's a recommendation. I'm just saying the planning commission is saying that they've done an analysis and have looked at this. So if we have questions about some of these standards, we could ask them.
We're supposed to review using our own criteria too. They're making a recommendation and now we will review it.
No further questions.
Not right now.
Trustee Reiser.
Good evening. Couple of questions. Is the sewer expert online again, please and thank you?
Ted Erickson.
Yes.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Good evening, sir. What is the life expectancy, or is there a life expectancy of a sewer system like this? Like, what's the longest that you've seen one, or what does the manufacturer say about these?
The concrete would be 50 years plus of life expectancy. Rotating equipment, you'd expect a 20-year life expectancy. So pumps and blowers and things like that would be 20 years. The escrow calculation, we did factor that into account for equipment replacement. So that's part of that escrow.
Okay. Thank you. And I have a question for our guests at the table. I'm sorry, what's your name again? Your last name?
Johnson.
Mr. Johnson and Mr. Green, hello. I have a question about someday transitioning to a public sewer and how we do that, because it's 3.5 to 4 million. And on page, I wrote the notes down. On page, in the Manchester Scio Sanitary Sewer Development Agreement, on page 4, number 11, future connections to the public sewer system, provided at no tap fees from Scio Township or other capital costs. If there are others, then we're not waiving those. But at some point, won't this sewer system be paid off, amortized, such that when we run sewer down Baker Road, as our future land use map says, it says it's mixed use highway commercial, and it doesn't say we're going to run it down there, but it says mixed use highway commercial, and it says office industrial. So presumably, we don't know what sewer is going to be available from Ann Arbor, up a freeway exit. But down the road, if we get it, can't you come to that system and do so on something that won't kill you financially, but will allow us to get rid of the concerns that I have about the environment? So I like the public benefit, but one of the things as a trustee I worry about is they call it the John Reiser sewer leak in 30 years, because I wasn't thinking forward. So how do we protect us until then, and how do we transition to our system if it's the right thing to do, and how do we split that cost, bear that cost? So
that's a good question. We can address that. I mean, I understand what you're saying. The concern there was that if they spend $3 million for the sewer system, and then 2 years from now, the township says, we're putting in sewer and you've got to pay.
That's not reasonable. I don't think I got one vote.
Right. If what you're saying is there will come a time when, if 15 years from now or something, you guys put in a sewer system, if that happens, then we can provide for that. We can change that in that regard.
So I guess what I'm asking is, will you work with Mariah Fink, our attorneys, like something that
yes.
Transition it?
Yes, there would be no objection to that. We're just trying to, and again, just trying to protect the people that'll be living there too, from having to pay some huge sum of money when they've got a new sewer system.
No, but at some point you'll have enough flushes that you've paid for it.
You're right. And if Mariah wants to propose some language, I know we don't have any objection to that.
Okay.
Right.
So we could put a
that would be, if there's a resolution, it could go down, it could pass, but that was something. And another thing I have, and I like some of the public benefits. One of the public benefits, or we just heard from the Dexter Senior Center. Are you going to have recreation facilities for your guests? Are you going to have like gyms and workout rooms and things like that?
There's two categories. One, there's an on-site community facility for the villas and for the duplexes, which involves a pool and exercise facilities, etc. Within the senior living facility, they have their own system programs for that requirement.
So is it too late to try to get another public benefit that you'll work with the Dexter Senior Center to let them use your facilities or to teach classes and do that? Because your seniors, their seniors, they need space. I'm not saying you gotta, you know, give them space, but can you work with them or what?
Yeah, exactly. So coincidentally,
Because you're doing things for our fire department, you're doing things for our utility department, you're doing things, the solar farm, you're doing things for pathways. But can you do some things for seniors in Scio Township? Maybe Dexter too, in that area, because you're on a gateway to Dexter.
Coincidentally, we've had conversations with Dexter Senior Center, you know, at a high level to just how we might be able to work together in the future. We haven't come to any conclusions as to what that might be, but there's interest on the part of them to do that.
And what I'm asking for is a little consideration for that 501c3 corporation that maybe Mariah Fink could incorporate as a public benefit question mark.
I wouldn't support a public benefit going to a particular organization.
Or whatever senior.
Well, help somebody for them for like 3 hours a day or something like that, you know, some kind of.
I guess.
You can work on joint programming.
Yeah.
Classes at the facility that the people there and others from the community that want to go. I mean, there's all sorts of ways you can do that. We're going to have a facility. I forgot to mention that too, because we focus on certain things, but don't focus on all the other parts of the project. There is a clubhouse. There are workout pool facilities for the residents, and then there's separate facilities within the assisted living.
But to the extent that some of your residents join the Dexter Senior Center, and why wouldn't they?
Sure.
Then would you pledge to work with them? I don't know if it should be part of the PUD. I'll leave that to Mariah Fink if this thing passes. But I just want to know if you're open to that.
Yes, we talk about coordinating things with them already. So.
I think the question is, are you willing to put that in writing? Are we more than just verbalizing it? Can we put something that Mariah Fink could articulate in some type of?
If it was general enough, I'd get some concern that I'm sharing about a particular organization. It was general enough to say that we agree to cooperate with local senior housing or recreation entities in the community to, you know, work on joint programming and other benefits. We could say, we could come up with language like that.
Years away from development anyways, before somebody would be in the facility. They're growing at you know, breakneck speed, so who knows how it's all going to eventually mesh. I can understand that.
We could draft something up that would be proper. Are you okay with that? Okay. I should ask for it.
I yield.
Well, I want to make sure that everyone's getting a turn.
And then we're going to get a second.
Yeah.
Well, if people wanted to ask more questions, there will be an opportunity.
And oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to see if our treasurer had any questions or comments at this point.
No questions, but when I first looked at this, I'm thinking, I'll be honest now. But then I realized there is no facility for seniors in the Dexter area, in Scio Township area. It's a very important thing that we as a board need to consider and allow. We do not have anything. I don't want to have to move away from Dexter. I heard that comment from someone else this evening. This gives us an opportunity to stay here. Yeah. And a lot of people to stay here.
Well, I think actually I can pick up on something that Treasurer Palmer said, and that is I was serving on the Planning Commission back in 2020, March 2020. I remember this was, I think, maybe one of our first meetings that we did on Zoom after the pandemic. And so we were all sort of struggling with that experience. And I remember driving out to look at the site and trying to think about this because it just seems sort of alien, this proposal. And it took me some time to sort of understand how it would work and to go there and look at it and from different angles and understand how it would be I think what the term you used is a kind of a rural view, or it maintains, it creates this kind of large scale project with low impact, relatively speaking, in terms of how it will change the experience of the people around it. Now, obviously, it's going to have a bigger impact on people who are adjacent neighbors, like Mr. Katz and Mr. Spicer and their families. But in terms of the people in the surrounding area along Marshall Road, or people going by on Baker, it's not going to change their experience of this part of Scio Township in a way that a large project like this could. And so as a member of the Planning Commission back then, we began to, I think it was true of my fellow planning commissioners at the time, we came to see that this was a project that did make sense. That offered a lot of potential benefits. And like Treasurer Palmer was saying, it was meeting a need that existed. It was palpable, and it was offering something that we didn't have. Now, at the time, we also had another proposal we were considering for another facility, a development that was aimed at seniors. That hasn't gone forward. This one has continued to move through the process, meeting all of the challenges along the way. And now it's on the verge of actually coming into reality. And I think that's something that we have to acknowledge, that it's not easy to pull together a proposal, a project like this, and usher it, sort of shepherd it through all of the different stages of approval like this one has done. And I want to acknowledge that and the perseverance of you folks to bring it to us at this point. I think I came around a long time ago to seeing this in a positive way. And I recognize that not everyone agrees with me, not everyone sees it the same way that I do, but I think this is a project that's worthy of our approval. I hope that's what we do tonight. I think that there's some ideas that I'm hearing that there may be some conditions to place on that approval in terms of, offering an option for in the future for connection to municipal sewer, and thinking ahead about the relationship with other organizations that may be trying to interact with seniors and provide services to them. I think those are positive conditions that we could place on the agreement, but I think there's a worthy project here. I hope that this board will support it when we finally get around to voting. But I understand that people do want to ask some more questions. Trustee Knoll?
How much usable open space is there on this parcel? So not the sewer system, not stormwater retention, but actual usable open space.
Calculations on the original submittal were in like 59% range.
How much? Say that again.
59%.
Okay. And then I also wanted to say, I voted yes on the preliminary site plan approval. But I thought an agreement was going to be reached with the neighbors. And at that time, it was implied, I thought, that an agreement was going to be reached with them, and it hasn't been reached. I think I even spoke to you privately about it.
Well, the easement agreement was, they didn't agree to it, but they had the chance to agree to it, which they chose not to. But the easement agreements is what we owed them, is what M.M. required us to provide for them, which is what we did.
I'm just the lawyer. It's hard to do a deal and compel somebody to buy someone else's property. All we can do is try to offer as much benefit to them for the future as we can, as we reasonably can. But I get it. I understand.
Trustee Knoll, do you have another question?
No, when we get, I've got some more comments from our discussion.
Maybe we can
But
just
no
keep
more.
going around.
Trustee Carey?
Oh, okay, so regarding, we're gonna have a discussion.
I just want to make sure, could we just go around, Will, until people are done with their questions and just because it's all.
Well, I'm trying to call on people who are raising their hands, and I'm also mindful of people having turns, but thank you for your suggestion. Trustee Carey, you have the floor.
Questions. Probably more, yes. So there's been agreements that between the two. Have you compromised? Have you sat down with the attorney and the Keds and Spicers and compromised, came to a conclusion together? Have you tried that? How many times have you met with them?
The last time the planning commission had directed Doug Luan to set up a meeting. And I think Doug was instructed by them not to have the meeting. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Doug instructed you not to have a meeting?
What he said was that Mr. Kett contacted him. The planning commission required us to set up a meeting with the.
I can tell you, I've never denied it.
And so the planning commission and Doug Luan tried to do that. At the end of the day, the email from Doug is that he'd been contacted by Mr. Kett. Mr. Kett said there's no reason to do the meeting. We'll let our attorneys take care of it. Something to that effect.
So there's been no discussion between the two?
We've had
discussions among attorneys.
All right. Can I just ask one quick clarifying at this point? Mariah, is there any reason our planner would have to be involved in those discussions? That seems like something between the parties. It doesn't seem that a meeting would be dependent on our planner setting up a meeting.
No, but maybe I misunderstood, but I think what I heard Mr. Johnson saying is the planning commission asked Mr. Luan to set up a meeting, and the other parties to the meeting said that they didn't want to do that. So that's what I heard.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, was that?
Just to add one more comment. Two planning commissioners wanted to be in attendance at the meeting. I think it was the chair and one of the others.
Right. That meeting did not happen.
The meeting did not occur based on the comments from Mr.
Knight. Comment? Sure. On that point?
Sure.
I'm more than happy to have a meeting anytime. They've never requested a meeting with me. And I've been talking to Alan and we've had conversations, there's no question. I'm not saying we haven't, but no one's ever requested to have a meeting with me. I didn't even realize that was.
I think that was before.
Well, I knew it was before I was involved, but
right before you got involved. I think I'm looking at Doug's letter or email to everybody. I think it was because you got involved and he said the attorneys will just talk. And so that's what happened. He sent a letter to email to Mr. Kett. Based upon this information, we'll discontinue our attempt to set up a meeting with members of the planning commission, you and the developer on this topic.
Alan Green, you told me to acquire counsel over this. You did not want to speak with me anymore. That's why I did this. And my attorney said that he didn't recommend that we have a joint discussion with the planning people, that you two were going to get this worked out.
Once people are represented by counsel, then usually the lawyers speak to the lawyers, right?
Yeah. Mr. Kett's accurate. When I sent those letters, I was called and there was the discussion about I'll sell my property for whatever. I won't get into that. And your guys are being too cheap or whatever. And I just said at that point, I'm an attorney. I'm not going to talk to him directly. I said, you really should. And he did have an attorney at that time. And I said, you should really have your attorney call me and we can discuss it. That was the conversation. I didn't want to have a direct conversation with him on that. That was it.
I love that meeting.
Trustee Carey?
Yeah. Well, looking at the master plan, looking at everything as much as possible. I mean, anyway, so their properties, there's, I don't know how many parcels. It's a big blob of blood red here. Four? Okay. Well, that is zone commercial C3.
I don't think so.
It is. Yeah.
It's zoned.
Future land.
It's master plan. That's, I think it's zoned agricultural.
No, their property.
Their
not-
property is not, I don't think it's zoned commercial.
It is.
It's highway commercial, right?
Yep.
That's the future.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but if you look at the
one. It's
31.
planning, it's not.
31 is the future, ladies.
It's not zoned commercial.
Currently.
Scio Township official zoning map. And from what I can tell here, I don't have, it is C3.
It is.
Yeah, and then up above, like where those next, where the sewer, those resident, that's R3. This map should be a little bit bigger. Anyway, so having this boulevard, looking at the boulevard, if this is the correct map that you have said, but the boulevard, if their properties, Highway Commercial District C3, the permitted uses are vehicle filling station, vehicle wash, and minor vehicle repair facility subject to provisions of section 36, lodging, standard restaurants and establishments that serve alcohol, law enforcement and fire stations and public office buildings, roadside stands subject to provisions of section 36-146. Conditional uses, truck stop facilities, indoor recreation such as bowling, gymnasium, ice and roller skating, fast food, carryout restaurants, lodging, large-scale retail establishments, and community wastewater utility systems. That's interesting. So looking at this boulevard, if any of those were able to go in there, a developer purchases it, but there's no way that it's kind of limiting their options regarding this boulevard and then any of these permitted uses accessing that property, those properties, because there's 4 of them. So let's say they sold a bulk to a hotel. Then we're also stuck with the water system. And no, you cannot have them, and you know that because you've already said it, regarding them hooking onto your wastewater system because that's in our ordinance. So I just have, that's a real problem because as the residents, we were voted in by residents, by electors to make sure that things are done properly and to protect our residents that have already been here. So I would really love to see if this moves forward, if this is voted in, for you to sit down and work out a really good agreement so we can support our residents along with supporting future developments.
What do you mean by agreement? Define agreement.
Well, how are they going to access C3, access through this boulevard?
They can easily, it's the safest way. You can go anywhere in this country. You will see like a fast food or maybe a gas station, a road going down the side to a motel behind it. We've got one, where are we? Right up here.
Well, the issue is that it's limiting their options.
No, it's not.
Sure it is.
It's opening up their options.
Now with this type of boulevard, think of how many cars that would go into a hotel, into restaurants, vehicle filling stations.
Good thing it's a boulevard then, right?
No.
Yes, it is. It's the best, safest road that you can.
Well, I don't know. That's my 2 cents for now, and then I have others for later. That's not a question.
Thank you. I've heard Trustee Reiser and a couple other people in the last few weeks on this, just in conversation, posit the idea that the sewer district would be extended there. So I just want to say, I've never heard our engineer say that. I have never seen any long-term plan of Scio Township. I just heard a developer say, obviously we would, prefer to plug into utilities where we can naturally. So if anybody has, I don't see anything on the horizon that says that would happen. And I would also say Scio Township has put a lot of policy in place, a lot of money in place to develop the water and sewer where it is, and we're still paying it off, right? That's the whole purpose of, not the whole purpose, but a primary purpose of
paying it off. It's been paid for years.
The DDA bonds.
And that's not for this, that's not for the
Water and
and
sewer
sewer. The
system.
water improvements that the DDA is paying for right now are subsequent to the creation of the water main. They're the improvements that were done more recently on capacity within the city of Ann Arbor.
Within the city of Ann Arbor, not on the Jackson Road.
They're in support of our system, but they are within, I believe, the city's boundaries.
Okay.
It was the pumping station precipitate in that they did a loop.
Right.
Right. So our DDA is still paying off the bonds related to water and sewer infrastructure. We have a goal. Part of doing that is to encourage development along Jackson Boulevard. And I have to say, you know, I've got parents, I've got a lot of boomers, you know, I'm starting to worry about. And I would welcome this project if it were in our water and sewer district. So I think it's a wonderful project. I think it's not the right location. I will also say, I wanna say Ted Erickson does a great job as the engineer for LASA. So I'm on the Loch Alpine Sanitary Authority Board along with Will. So I also have a little more closer experience monitoring, right? So LASA, a joint authority, its own authority of Webster and Scio townships, we meet every couple months and Ted provides the updates and lets us know how it's going for one of these private utilities. Now we have Ted, we have F&V, who's the operator, we get reports. I'm comfortable with it because we're a public body, okay? I certainly would never have, you know, I mean, that predates a lot of things, but trying to imagine what you're talking about, Kathy, when you mentioned the Eagle oversight. I have to say, at least in my experience with LASA, it's not been much. And I am very concerned that granting this PUD wouldn't adequately protect the public health and safety, the environment. I think that it doesn't overall provide enough benefit to the community as proposed. And I have to say, you know, we just came out of a 6 p.m. special meeting to discuss the Gelman litigation. And of all communities, Scio Township, home of the 1,4-dioxane plume, you know, please, we can have faith in our engineers today. We can have faith in people proposing things for us today, but we need to look ahead to what the potential risks are, because that's something that we can't undo in the future. So I for one, don't have faith in Eagle's regulatory enforcement overall. I think we have a lot of experience here of rules, regulations, standards not being protective enough of human health as we wish they were. And so I'm very concerned about permitting this PUD as presented.
I can go again.
All right, if you have something you'd like to say.
This is more discussion. I don't have any more. Fred, did you have a question?
I just wanted to point one thing out in this agreement, the driveway agreement that you guys, that they signed. Vehicular ingress and egress is service drive only. This easement does not authorize the installation of utilities or making other connections or curb cuts on behalf of the benefited properties. The benefited properties being my client's properties. So in other words, they can't put you talk about the ability, they could not literally put a water line, utility line, anything down that drive under this agreement.
It's not for that.
Pardon?
It's not for utilities.
Well, I understand that, but that's where utilities generally go, is they're underground utilities, usually.
Not under someone else's property on private.
Well, that's right, it's your property, that's my point.
You would have other ways.
I guess.
Okay, you would have other ways of getting utilities, and we did indicate we would give you access to the water line. And again, this is, I don't want the argument of Trustee Flintoff, but this is also within the water district, and we are making significant investment in improving the water lines. And we'll be paying water tap fees, and these folks will be paying charges for water service. So it is within the water district. It's just not, there isn't sewer there.
Not in the sewer district, I understand.
So.
I recognize that you have proposed several community benefits and fire department, utilities, that's all positive, and I recognize that. However, as elected officials, we have to consider the potential issues that could impact the entire Scio Township community. And the scope of our review is broader than the scope of the Planning Commission. We have to consider concerns about potential adverse impact on residents, the community at large, the Huron River, the drinking water source for the city of Ann Arbor, and the southeastern portion of Scio and the Jackson Road corridor. So I've worked on Gelman issues for the last 6 years. I want to note that early on with the dioxane contamination, the dumping that occurred on the site, or the groundwater discharge that occurred on the site, was permitted. It was all permitted by a state agency. At the time, it was thought that it was safe. We learned later that it wasn't. So looking at our ordinance, and some of this Jessica referred to earlier, our PUD ordinance, section 36-245, provides general provisions and requirements for a PUD. And I would say that there are several parts of this that are not met by the current proposal. So looking at 36-245C states that all of the following criteria are met. And I'm just going, have to be met. And I'm going to go through and just comment on a few of those criteria. Number 4, public health, safety, and welfare of the township. I think that there are concerns here that the proposal doesn't meet this requirement. For example, residents who are expressing concerns about the easement agreement, that potentially impacts on their welfare. You're saying it gives them certain advantages, and it might, but they're saying that it's going to potentially constrain them. Looking at the public health and safety issues, I want to comment on the Eagle response to questions that were posed by the Planning Commission regarding the on-site community wastewater treatment system. This was in a memo from, it was in our prior packet. It's dated July 26, 2022. There is a comment about the discharge, the groundwater discharge point is approximately 1,500 feet from Mill Creek. And there is potential for soil adsorption between the discharge point and Mill Creek. Now, how significant this is, I don't know, but it was noted by Eagle. And it's an issue that potentially is out there. And as you heard earlier, I talked about this committee, that the technical advisory committee that's been established by Ann Arbor to evaluate the wellhead protection areas and groundwater discharge issues in the Huron River and impacting Ann Arbor's water supply. So I would say that in that sense, this proposed development isn't consistent with the public health, safety, and welfare of the township, and it does not minimize any negative environmental impacts in the surrounding area, because we may have some adverse environmental impacts. We don't know at this time. So I also want to note the detailed engineering occurred late in the process. Some of the issues that have concerned me, we weren't aware of until very late in the process. Down the road, if the system fails or is abandoned, I think there's still potential for liability on the part of Scio Township. In terms of, one other thing, the issue of emerging organic contaminants. This is a new group of unregulated contaminants, pharmaceuticals, personal care products, some pesticides, veterinary products, industrial compounds that are thought to have long-term adverse effects on human health and ecosystems. To my knowledge, Eagle is not testing for these. So I would have difficulty supporting this. I recognize that you are making some contributions, but I'm trying to raise consideration of other issues that are out there right now. And I think as a board, we should all be looking at some of these other issues too.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy, for saying that. I want to concur with what you said, particularly around the concern about the adequate protection of public health, safety, and welfare, as well as minimizing any negative environmental impact. It surprised me actually when Ted said that the lifespan of this private facility is only 20 years. The equipment itself. And we need to be planning for more than that. I will just state our master plan does not have this zone for development. Our master plan does not have this zone for development. We are being asked to make an exception to how it's zoned and make a change to our local zoning law to allow for a planned use development. So it's a big ask. It's a big exception to everything else that we'd planned, our sewer district, where we want density, transit, all of these issues. Again, I would welcome such a facility in a different place, a senior facility. But I don't think that overall for the long term, because that's where we need to plan ahead. John, I don't think, quite sincerely, I have never seen anything that indicates to me that we would extend sewer, and maybe we would. I can't see the future, so I'm not saying that, John. I'm just saying I've never seen anything that points to that policy direction.
We don't have any capacity left in sewer.
Right. Great
None,
point.
so we're not planning on extending it anyway.
Yeah. So not to say we couldn't change plans, just stating that there are, to my knowledge, that there are no plans. And further, we've also, you know, again, there are, for me, we've talked about the need to look at our Jackson Road Boulevard, to look at where we do want to encourage development. And I would just say that, you know, this proposal is not in our plan. It is a big ask to ask for an exception to our zoning ordinance, particularly with the complexity and all of the factors. And I would just concur that I don't think that the benefit being proposed outweighs the risks to the township. And so can't support the project as presented.
Trustee Riser.
All right, one, I want to thank everybody on this board. This has been a very civil, one of our better discussions. We don't agree on this, but it's been great. You make great points. Kathy does, Jillian does too. I appreciate you caring about the residents. So I am going to support this project with a couple of what I think would need to be amendments, and that would be regarding future connection to a public sewer system in the future, because sewer systems might not last forever. And to the extent that Scio Township punches sewer up Baker Road, we probably didn't think to have sewer all the way down to Menards at one point. Little old Jackson Road, I mean, wasn't there an airport out there? I mean, we've just grown that way, and now we're starting to grow a little bit along Zeeb. We're on Zeeb, we're going a little bit on Baker Road. And so I see the public benefit. And I know there are health, safety, and welfare, which are prime municipal concerns, but I think that the health, safety, and welfare by a new, modern, private sewer system that were protected thanks to our attorneys in our agreement, and thanks to the escrow that we have, and it's going to be a new one. And to the extent that we extend sewer system, we'll ask them to transition to it, and that's the details are to be worked out. The health, safety, and welfare also includes the health, safety, and welfare of an aging population. How can you not say it's for their health if we have a home for the aged with assisted living care, if we have a home for the aged with memory care, if we have independent living, if we've got a nursing home with skilled care, if seniors can all be together where they can live a healthy lifestyle, where they can live in safety, it's for their welfare. I think this is the kind of thing that government does for its residents. And it might not be future residents, and my apologies to Mr. Spicer and Kat, that I don't side with you on this, and I can certainly appreciate
you're drinking a lot around there.
Your perspective. But I think that I think it's consistent with our master plan when I read it, because this is a gateway sub area centered on Baker Road as a future land use. And I guess when is the future? Next week, next month, next year, 10 years? Is the future now, or the future's coming? People are getting older, but centered on Baker Road, bounded by I-94, and it talks about higher density residential uses may be considered if planned in a comprehensive way, utilizing the township's PUD zoning provisions. So our own master plan envisions for a future use PUD related zoning for residential. And while this is a high density residential, it's not like they're putting apartments 12 stories like in Ann Arbor, right flush up against the road. It's back, shielded by the woods. I think the benefits, the biggest benefit I see to the public is senior living. And I say that as someone who's getting more senior as he lives. They've got almost 60% that's open space. They've got an EV charger. I hope that we vote for the electric lawnmower that's coming, if we get to it, maybe at 1 o'clock or so. But if we're talking about going to carbon neutrality, if we're trying to do what we can for the environment, they got a solar farm. Where in the hell else do we have a solar farm? I know we have one at the fire department because we're committed to that kind of thing, but they've got a solar farm. They've got EV chargers. They're also contributing $150,000 to the fire department, and then $150,000 to utility or pathways as we deem appropriate. They're going to have 120 jobs. they're doing over half a mile on the pathways, and they'll punch in another pathway if we ever say, hey, let's develop density on Jackson Road and put a walking bridge over the freeway. They've got LEED certification. They're willing to connect to a sewer in the future. They're willing to work with the organization whose mission is to help seniors. So I'm a plus on this, because I think we're protected thanks to the work that our attorney has done to protecting our interest, thanks to the state law, the Eagle, and the oversight that they provide. And I'm going to be supporting this, but I'm only one vote, and I appreciate the discourse we've had on this.
Jillian is.
Well, I know, and I'd like to take a turn first. To move us along towards actually having a vote on this evening, I'm going to make the model motion, which is, well, I know you'll have a turn to say it, to approve OA number 22006/FSP number 22011 Encore at Heritage Woods Village final PUD site plan based on the Planning Commission recommendation of approval, including any conditions listed by the Planning Commission. Also, to approve the ordinance rezoning the property to PUD and to authorize the clerk and supervisor to execute the development agreement for the PUD and the development agreement for the community wastewater utility system.
And I would second, but I would add a motion, an amendment.
Can you first second, just so the process clear?
I support.
So you support, and then
I have a friendly amendment.
And you have a friendly amendment, and why don't we deal with that, and then we'll turn to Trustee Carey for further comment.
And my friendly amendment would be to add a comment at the end and says, as amended by revision to paragraph 11 regarding the future connection to the public sewer system, comma, and as approved by the Scio Township attorney, comma, or period. Additionally, as an additional public benefit, the developer will participate with local organization whose mission is to provide recreational activities, programming, meals, fitness programs, etc., to older adults, and include that benefit in the planned unit development.
Is that, Mariah, have you reviewed that language?
Yes.
Are you okay with it?
I am. So just to be clear that there's a comma after community wastewater utility system as amended.
Thank you.
So that's the paragraph 11 is in the community wastewater.
Yeah, that's what's modifying.
Yes.
Okay, well, I deem that to be a friendly amendment, Mr. Reiser. We have the motion made, and now Trustee Carey, you may speak.
Well, actually, frankly, I am shocked over this. This parcel of land is farm, open space, Ag 1, and we just passed a land preservation millage. So our residents have supported preserving land. We're losing it. And we have ordinances that state the township adoption of its master plan, zoning ordinance, open space, and greenway plan, and other ordinances and plans for protection and preservation of open space and wetlands are not sufficient safeguards against the continuing growth and development of residential and commercial uses. There's also in our ordinance having a PUD, which could be an agricultural zone. The total number of dwelling units in a PUD project shall not exceed the number of dwelling units permitted in the underlying zoning districts or the density as proposed in the township master plan. Well, there's 95 acres. So that's 38. It says 1 dwelling unit per acre to 2.5 dwelling acres. So that equals, let's go to 2.5 acres, 38 units. However, a density bonus of up to 25% shall be permitted. A high level of cluster development where at least 60% of the PUD is left in open space. There is no way that there's 61% open space. I don't understand. We are supposed to be fiercely protecting our township and the plans that were in our ordinances, our master plan. We just made this 2 years ago. Yes, this is not a document that can hold up in court, but our zoning ordinances, our ordinances uphold that. And we're just throwing it away. I don't get this. We have rules, we don't follow them. We have issues that we don't enforce ordinances. We don't follow our own policies. So you know what? We set us up for developers to come in and bully us, for attorneys to jack up the price against us because we can't get along. I don't get this. This is bad.
Just a comment.
And yes, and one thing, I am totally for senior living. There are 50 senior living facilities in Washtenaw County. I was a caregiver for 5 years. I understand. I do. But, you know, to throw away what we have with our open spaces and protecting them for a development that could go someplace else. And this on-site sewer, I have a lot of issues with that. We accept this on-site sewer. We accept this development. Look at all this open space that is prime for just come in and Township Board will just approve it.
Thank you, Trustee Karen. Treasurer Palmer.
It's disgusting.
I just wanted to make a comment, or it's factual. You mentioned that this is on the plan as A1.
Yes.
All of the land in this country was agricultural.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about our zoning right now.
I understand, but it gets changed as things evolve.
So why do we create ordinances? That is the law of the township. And we violate our ordinance? Jeez.
None of us would be living in our houses right now if we hadn't had the opportunity to go to R1 or residential, whatever it
yes,
may
but
be.
The point is that if this is high density. This is not what we are supposed to do. The total number of dwelling units which would make it low density.
Thank you. Are there other comments?
Yeah. Well, Matt Parks has had his hand up. Our engineer, I'd like to hear from him.
Sure, Matt.
Good evening, board. Hey, I just wanted to comment, and I have absolutely no problems with the friendly amendment that Trustee Reiser made. The only caveat I would suggest, if you choose to move forward with that friendly amendment, is it should be connection to public sewer if and when the sanitary sewer area in the contract with Ann Arbor is modified. Because if you just leave it and say future sanitary sewer, it kind of suggests that there's plans and a willingness to extend it, and really
there is none.
Right now there is none. Clerk Flintoff has mentioned that, and I would agree.
Yeah, I just want to confirm.
But it's modifying Matt, it's modifying a paragraph that talks about that that's in the community wastewater. I don't know if you're looking at that document right now.
But this is good for Mariah and Matt to discuss this right now.
So it modifies the paragraph that talks about, it says the township in the exercise of reasonable discretion may require that the community wastewater utility system be abandoned and all properties in the development be connected. It's not promising anything. It's not saying it's going to happen. It's saying if for some reason it does happen.
If and only if it's available.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right. That's fine. I just didn't want any confusion with that, just because.
No, I think that's a great point. I just wanted to be clear that we're modifying language that's already in the document. So.
And Matt, could you just let me know, was I not remembering something? Is there a policy or a plan in place for Scio to extend sewer that way?
No, there's not. The water district is very much the majority of the township, but the sanitary sewer district and what was put in the contract, I think it was revised around 2014, is very specific to the lands around the current sewer districts, which is the Jackson Road corridor and WISD area. So there's no plans for it.
And this document doesn't say that there's a plan for it.
No, I know it doesn't.
Okay.
I know it
Neither does the motion.
And I have a question. Hey, Matt, it's my understanding that our 10-year term ends with the municipality to our east at the end of this year, correct? And it's got an automatic re-up for 10 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, it might take a minute to look that up, but that sounds right.
I think we were told that last night by a couple of people who work for OHM. Because they had looked it up, Stacy. And so the question I have is, what do we do about seeing where we want sanitary sewer in Scio Township, where density is, and what do we do about getting that? What do we do about planning for the future with respect to sewer?
I couldn't agree with you more. We need to have that conversation, but that's not.
But the bigger point is, if we're going to say we don't have it, we don't have any plans for it. We didn't have plans to put it where we have it now. And we got to be forward thinking on where sewer could be someday.
Let's plan to have that conversation in the future.
Yeah, I just comment that those dates are correct, because Sally had looked it up last night, and I'm looking at the contract now, and that is correct. And you know, the one thing I would say is, you know, there's an original 1983 SAD that basically allowed the DDA to extend the sewer down Jackson Road, and it's pretty much extended the way it was planned back in 83, you know, 40 years ago. So that said, yeah, there's a much broader, bigger planning discussion that needs to be talked about, but that's going to involve Eagle. That's going to involve the city of Ann Arbor and Scio Township. And that takes years, not months. So anyway.
I'd like to suggest that we've now heard from everybody multiple times, and I think it's pretty clear where people stand. I would like to call the question and you know, have a vote on this measure. If I'm wrong and it gets voted down, then at least we will know that you know, where people really stand in terms of what they want to do. But if until we vote, we could just be here talking about this endlessly. I don't think anyone's being really persuaded to change their votes. That's my sense. So I would like to move to call the roll on this measure, the motion as it's been amended.
All right. So the motion by Hathaway, support by Riser, to approve OA number 22006 FSP number 22011 Encore at Heritage Woods Village final PUD site plan based on the Planning Commission recommendation of approval, including any conditions listed by the Planning Commission. Also, to approve the ordinance rezoning the property to a planned use development and to authorize the clerk and supervisor to execute the development agreement for the PUD and the development agreement for the community wastewater utility system, comma, as amended by a revision to paragraph 11 regarding the future connection to the public sewer system, comma, and as approved by the Scio Township attorney, period. Additionally, as an additional public benefit, the developer will participate with local organizations whose mission is to provide recreational activities, programming, meals, fitness programs, etc. Standing by the etc.
I live with it.
To older adults and include that benefit in the planned unit development.
So please call the roll.
Okay, Flintoff, no. Brazeau.
Yes.
Carey.
No.
Noel.
No.
Riser.
Yes.
Hathaway.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
So the next item on our agenda is J3, possible action Crossroads PUD ground lease agreement, OA-PUD number 22003/PSP number 22008/multiple parcels. And this is actually fairly straightforward. There's a description in the agenda item, but basically we have, as an element of the Crossroads project, ground lease that was negotiated by the prior board back in 2019 and approved by the board in 2020 as part of the original plan for this project. Now the plan has evolved, the economy has changed, but the reliance on this portion of the site, which belongs to Scio Township, is about I think 0.67 acres, has been a part of the planning for this project all along and remains an integral part of the project. The problem is that the agreement was never signed. And so we have at this point a question before the board, and the motion would be to reapprove the attached ground lease to purchase agreement with the condition that Urban Crossroads LLC pay a lump sum of $18,000 prior to signing the agreement, and that the results of the on-site air quality testing conducted by Urban Crossroads LLC has been transmitted to the township. Furthermore, the signing of the agreement by Urban Crossroads LLC shall occur by, and I think this was actually, is this accurate? By 2 o'clock on May 24th, or is it May 25th?
24th.
May 24th.
25th.
25th. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought there was a change. So by 2 p.m. on May 25th, 2023. So that's the motion. I will make the motion.
Hold on. I just want to suggest that our township attorney and our township manager have done a lot of good work in the last 2 days on this. I'd like to ask either of them to comment for the benefit of the board, because I've been in a lot of those conversations.
We'll get to comments. I'd just like to finish the making of the motion. If we could have a second, if someone's prepared to second the motion.
Could also discuss it first.
Well, we can make the motion and have it seconded and have it on the table and then have the discussion.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion by Hathaway, second by Palmer. Now we may have discussion. Mariah.
So Mr. Kettler, is that
Yes, ma'am.
Is here today. He is the developer of this project. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I had a conversation with Jim Bucci, who represents Mr. Kettler today, and he sent me an email. They're essentially asking for two things: that the township would approve the ground lease that had been, he's saying that had been previously approved. So authorization for that would be the clerk and the supervisor to sign that ground lease. And then there's also a request, and I'm just reporting here, so I'm not saying that this is just simply neutral reporting. Yes. Sign a document that is required by Oxford Bank to permit Urban Crossroads to grant a lien on its right under the ground lease as collateral for the loan that Oxford will make to Urban Crossroads to fund both the purchase of the land leased under the ground lease and to purchase the adjacent land that will be included in the project that has been approved by the township. So that that document from Oxford Bank is not a lien on the property itself. It's a lien on the interest in the lease. I just want to be clear about that. And I also believe, and maybe Mr. Kettler could speak to this, I also believe that there is a plan to close the purchase on the property within about 45 days. Is that correct?
Probably sooner.
Probably sooner.
It's a lease with an option to purchase. And so what we'll probably do is move forward with the option to purchase quite quickly. And what Mr. Bucci was talking about with you, obviously we're getting a mortgage on all our property. So when you get a mortgage, the lender takes a position on it. That's all we're asking for you on the lease. That's what it is. Okay. So so they have to have a position on it because they're loaning us a lot of money. This is a small parcel. This is only 0.6 of an acre of 10.5 or 10.4 acres of land. So it'll be very short-lived because we will exercise the purchase imminently. When I say that, it may be as early as when we come in Thursday, we may have the option to purchase ready for it.
And I've not seen that document from Oxford Bank, so I would say if there's if you're going to approve that document being signed by
Subject to attorney.
subject to attorney approval, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that
I think, if, may I?
Sure.
I think that what Mr. Yuchi was suggesting is that you, him, and the attorney for the bank get together and make sure it's acceptable to all parties. But it doesn't do anything for the township at all. All it does is provide us a mortgage and allow us to move forward with our project. And this has been, it was interesting watching these gentlemen here. They've been doing this for 4 years. That's essentially how long I've been doing this. Because the office project we had, but when we walked away from it, it was fully approved. And then there was no market for office.
So Mariah,
Sorry, you have a further question for the township attorney?
I do. So Mariah, I'm not sure that I was tracking that. We've got a motion. Were you suggesting we might make a friendly amendment to the motion with a contingency? We've got a motion on the table by Will and Donna.
Can you read them?
Sure. It's the motion by Hathaway, support by Donna, support by Palmer to reapprove the attached ground lease to purchase agreement with the condition that Urban Crossroads LLC pay a lump sum of $18K prior to signing the agreement, and that the results of the on-site air quality testing conducted by Urban Crossroads LLC has been transmitted to the township. Furthermore, the signing of the agreement by Urban Crossroads LLC shall occur by 2 p.m. on May 25th. Is that a friendly 25th? Is that okay with you and Donna?
Yeah, 25th, that's what I made in the motion.
So was there another?
As approved by the attorney or as negotiated?
No, this is that question.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's appropriate for me to suggest it, but I can say the language and someone else can.
Yeah.
Right.
Mariah, would you please suggest some language for me?
What I would say is also authorize the signing, not to reapprove the attached ground lease, right? Authorize the signing of the attached ground lease. And then the second part of that would be authorize the signing of the, the only language I have is the document required by Oxford Bank to permit Urban Crossroads to grant a lien on its rights under the ground lease as collateral for the loan. And then after approval of that document by the township attorney.
After review and approval by the township attorney.
But that is what you just said that's
two separate documents.
Yeah. So furthermore, the signing of the agreement by Urban Crossroads LLC shall occur by 2 p.m. May 25th. And additionally, then what would you suggest?
Approval, sorry, I'm really tired all of a sudden.
No.
I thought you said and, so it would be adding after 2023 in the current motion and authorize signing.
Authorize signing the document required by Oxford Bank.
Okay.
To permit Urban Crossroads to grant a lien on its rights under the ground lease.
Okay.
Sorry,
no, slow down. Authorize signing of the document provided by Oxford Bank. Keep going, Mariah.
To grant a lien. On its, I'm sorry, here, why don't I, you don't have any way for me to email this to you.
No, just show it to me.
Read it off.
Thank you. No. And just process wise, that's why I like to have discussion before we do the motion, because the model motion isn't always the model.
The protocol always discussion is after the motion is made and seconded, then you discuss.
Right? No, you're good.
And execute, I would say execute the document required by us.
Yeah.
And authorize execution or something, that's fine, authorize
Signing of the document provided by Oxford.
No, that's fine.
All right, let me know.
By Oxford Bank.
To permit.
I will.
To permit.
Urban Crossroads.
Yeah.
To grant a lien.
Thank you. Crossroads. To grant a lien.
On its rights.
Under
the ground lease. As collateral for the loan.
What are you breaking ground?
Ground lease.
Oh, man, I don't know.
He's
I wish
quiet.
it was 2 years ago.
Under the ground lease, I cannot concentrate when people keep talking.
Well, we gotta go through final site plan
Ground lease
approval.
as collateral.
As collateral.
This year?
collateral for the loan. Thank you, Mariah.
Sure, and then after review and approval. by the
Yeah.
Township attorney.
Thank you so much, Mariah. Okay, I have a friendly amendment to Will and Donna's motion.
Read it off.
All right. And I first, before I do this, I want to ask our manager, Mark, any other comments or suggestions on this, given your work on this issue over the last week?
Mentioned, but the $18,000 is the lease that, the annual payment for 3 years. That's where that number comes from the agreement that was originally authorized in 2020. And it seemed appropriate that we ought not have held the property now. So if anyone's curious where that number come from, that's $396,000.
Yeah, I make a simple request. The term of lease, I think it suggests it starts December 1st.
December 1, so this will pay you out through December 1 of 2023.
And the only conditions I could see that had changed with the township since we first approved this is that we very significantly purchased 9.5 acres of land right next to this for our new fire station and utilities. So I just want the public to know that is not lost on us, considered it. Our fire chief confirmed that there's no additional, need for this, nothing's changed. But that is a significant difference from 2 years ago.
So your friendly amendment.
So the revised motion would be to authorize the signing of the attached ground lease to purchase agreement with the condition that Urban Crossroads LLC pay a lump sum of $18,000 prior to signing the agreement, and that the results of the on-site air quality testing conducted by Urban Crossroads LLC has been transmitted to the township. Furthermore, the signing of the agreement by Urban Crossroads LLC shall occur by 2 p.m. on May 25th, 2023, May 25th, 2023, and authorize the signing of the authorize the clerk and again, but anyways, just authorize the signing of the document required by Oxford Bank to permit Urban Crossroads to grant a lien on its rights under the ground lease as collateral for the loan after review and approval by our township attorney, period. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Sure.
No, for real, this is like.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, so
Yeah,
that is good. That's a
That's
friendly, friendly amendment, unless there's further discussion.
Yeah, and I just want to, had I had that earlier today, I obviously would have gotten it to you. I
Obviously.
got it at 6:15 this evening.
No,
so.
I'm sure you did. It's all good. Yeah.
Democracy in action. Okay, so unless there's further comment or questions, I would like to proceed with the vote, and I would like to ask for a calling of the roll.
Okay, Flintoff, yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, folks.
So we are now past 11 o'clock, and we have a decision to make about what to do with the
A
remaining
motion.
items on the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the meeting and finish our agenda.
Okay, can I make an alternate motion? Can I make a friendly amendment to that?
You could second it and then make an amendment. I make a motion, so my motion, if there's no second, then it dies. And it can die, you can make a different motion. So my motion is to finish the agenda that we approved just 4 hours ago.
Just 4 hours.
Yep. That we committed at the top of this meeting
Is
to
that
adopt
part of
an
your motion,
agenda.
or is that commentary on a motion that's not been seconded yet?
It's commentary on a motion that's not been seconded yet.
I have a motion too. Why don't we have shorter meetings, less on the agenda and more work sessions, so we don't have to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning. And I do agree that we approve this agenda, we should finish it.
Can we go, can
Thank you,
we go
Mariah.
till
Thanks,
3,
Mariah.
can we go till like 11:30? Can we set a deadline at it? Or
Well,
11:20?
Or
You
we
can
could-
adjourn
or we
at
could-
any time.
Or we could pick and
Okay.
choose which items we
Yeah.
want to
But I don't wanna
prioritize.
pick and choose.
Can we
This
just
is
do
the
the,
problem.
let's get the lawnmower, because that's been.
You guys, this picking and choosing is what I want to avoid. I'm proposing we continue the agenda. People can walk out, we can lose quorum. There's all sorts of ways you can exercise your free will. You can adjourn.
We're just wasting 10 minutes.
Exactly. So a motion to
Come
finish
on.
our agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion to finish the agenda in its entirety that has been made by Flintoff.
Point of order, I don't think we need the faces in the commentary. We've been here since 6 o'clock. We've been here over 5 hours. I don't think we have much longer to do, but little snide comments or commentary or faces don't make the discourse any more pleasant after 11 o'clock. Whoever's doing it, no names. And I'm not, so.
What is, I don't know. So there's a motion on the table.
So there's a motion on the table.
I propose to modify that motion to get payment of the bills and a lawnmower, and that's it. Everything else can wait till next meeting.
There'll be a. So is there a second to his?
Well, there's a motion on the table, right? So does he need a second in order to have a modify your motion?
I don't know. I just don't think, I think so.
You would.
All right, well, I'll second that. So we have a proposed amendment. I guess it's not a friendly amendment. So now it's just an amendment to the motion by Brazeau, seconded by Hathaway. So first, I think we would vote on the amendment to the motion and then we would vote.
And your amendment is to handle which items, K1?
Payment of the bills and the lawnmower.
So it'd be G1 and K1. And if we did them in order, it would be K1 first and then G1.
K1 and G1.
Yeah, you gotta pay the bills.
Right. I will say there are, I mean, just one comment is there are financial implications of K3 and K2. They can wait.
Right now, are they
These are the
essential?
Well, I mean, you don't have to, they're not as important as paying the bills. They're not as urgent as paying the bills. So if you want to, yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, so I would like to call a roll on the amendment as proposed by Brazeau, seconded by Hathaway, to focus on, or to handle K1 and G1 and then.
K1, G1 and public comment.
And right, in public comment.
Okay, Flintoff, no. Brazeau?
Yes.
Carrie?
No.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Okay, amendment passes 5-2.
So do we have to vote on it again?
No, I don't
Okay.
think so.
All right.
I think we're clear.
All right, so let's move to K1, which is purchase of the lawnmower for township property. And this was pulled from the consent agenda at our prior meeting. The reason it was pulled is because I thought at the time that it merited some consideration before we just consented to purchasing the gas lawnmower. I personally support the extra expenditure in order to get the electric lawnmower. I won't belabor that point. I think we have information, including a very helpful email from the deputy clerk that arrived this afternoon. So I would encourage my colleagues to support purchasing the electric.
I have a motion to authorize the purchase of one Laser E-Series 801 KAW 60 mower from Weingarts using My Deal competitive pricing, up to $30,000 paid from Fund 101-265-980.
Like, except that that's the gas version.
I'm sorry. No, I meant to, no, I said Laser.
I know.
I know, I mean.
Ironically enough, the laser is the gas one.
I'm at the Rival 60 ZTR SD 22 kilowatt hours mean green up to $30,000.
And one clarifying.
I saw the E, I thought that was electric.
You guys, focus. One clarifying thing is on that, John, is it'd be up to 30,000. Please note only 15,000 is currently budgeted, okay? So we would be taking 15,000 from what's budgeted and taking 15,000 from the general fund balance and appropriating that.
Right.
Okay.
But didn't we just get 18,000 from the corner lease?
Not yet.
But you know, we've got a little bit of a windfall.
Overflowing with money.
I know. You guys, come on.
Yeah, 1.6 billion.
No, but no, okay.
You guys,
So
come
I would
on, you guys.
second,
Okay,
I
you
would,
guys,
the motion has been made, I will second
I
the
know.
motion.
It's the
They're just
electric.
gonna get longer. If
It's
you
the,
don't
it's the,
Okay,
right.
so. Okay,
So we have a motion, it's been seconded. Riser made the motion, Hathaway seconded the motion. It's to purchase the electric version of the lawnmower and to authorize up to $30,000 for that purpose.
Okay, discussion. I want to hear, Mark, you recommended we do something different. Comments?
I'm all for the electric mower when I.
Not you, Mark. Sorry.
Sorry.
The other Mark.
Mark Thompson.
I think, you know, regional people can reach different conclusions here, first of all. I think some of the information that was provided today, I don't agree with that information in terms of the statistics that were provided. Where it came from.
What information?
Well, let me back up. I provided information that estimated our payback period at about 10 years.
Okay.
Other information was provided earlier today that identified a payback period in the 3 to 4 year range. I don't, I suspect that information's in error. Having said that, the other, I guess the other piece is, and I spent a fair amount of time talking with the people or the person who would use the equipment, who looked at the various pieces of equipment, and it was his recommendation that we buy the gasoline motor. You know, and that continues to be my recommendation. Board wants to do something different than that, that's fine. The other comments that were made today, and I just make this other point, is that the University of Michigan and the Michigan Department of Natural Resources have purchased a bunch of the electric mowers. We are aware of that, knew that 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. And I would only point out that, like Scio Township, those organizations spend somebody else's money. And as does Scio Township, does not belong to us at this point. Having said all of that, the reason that this is before the board is because it's a board decision. And if the board decides to buy an electric mower, we will use it. And I have no objection to it, just not the recommendation we would make.
Trustee Carey.
I did quite a bit of research on this because I know people that have electric vehicles and the batteries are huge, and if they weren't under warranty, there's no way that they could afford them $10,000 to replace. With that said, so it got me thinking about lawnmowers. I don't have lawn. I pulled it out on purpose, so I don't have to use resources. And the little bit of lawn I do have, I have my, you know, the old kind that you push and, you know, you get exercise. The other thing is that, you know, we're talking about gas versus electric. They both use resources. The township is supposed to be environmentally friendly or heading that way. There's other options. You know, really this lawnmower is only going to, for Howard to do this, Township Hall and the fire department and a little bit in other areas. And this is a finishing mower. Both of them are finishing mowers, which means just grass. It's not going to go over saplings. It's not going to go over, you know, really thick weeds. So we have a brush hog right now that is gas powered. So in this model, I talked with not only the dealership, but I went right to the company. And I asked them different questions because I want to know if when it's not under warranty anymore, how much is that going to cost the township? To replace one cell is about $1,000. we can get a refurbished battery. Okay, but it's gonna be down for a minimum of 2 weeks just for the refurbishing. That's only if they're not backed up because of the season. So there is a third option, which is mini clover or micro clover, they call it. And it's very good for the environment. You never have to mow it. It only gets about this high. I had it in my yard until somebody threw grass seed over it. Okay, it's dog urine resistant. It's drought resistant. It's flood resistant. It's the only thing we would have to do is maintain it in the beginning, get it going. And after a couple of years, we just reseed. Then we're not using resources because electric is still using resources. We're still using 60% from gas and coal to charge this. And the other thing is Township Hall does not have solar. The fire department does. They don't have a 220 volt, which outlet that we need for this. I called Steve, our utility director, and asked him, do we have a 220 volt here? He's like, I'm not sure. Okay, somebody somewhere. So we're gonna have to install that. And Steve didn't recommend this. He said after a couple of years, when this newer model is kind of broken in because it's a 2020, you know, we're gonna put all this money in. Yeah, it may be under warranty, but we may be without a mower. But, you know, I think we need to start thinking of bigger things. And really, if we're gonna live with the environment, let's really live with the environment. Take out the grass and just make it beautiful. You know, put in native.
I'm supportive of that.
Yeah, and also not only is it good for, it's a soil conditioner, and clover sucks up any type of chemical that's in the soil. So this is another option, but you know, I just don't see why we're spending potentially $30,000 of taxpayer money. We're not going to get the cost benefit is not there.
So question
That's
mark?
My research.
Because this will tie into this is one of the areas that drives the cost allocation plan. So I want to make sure our LPC rep has the most current information at all times about cost allocation. This mowing would be done here at Township Hall, fire station, and our parks, is that correct? Some of our preserves that.
Some locations, yes.
Some of them that the ones we usually take care of.
At some pump facilities,
Yeah.
pump stations, little places where we own.
The areas that.
I should say various locations where we own little bits of land.
Right, that Howard usually takes care of. Okay.
Yeah, if we did Jackson Boulevard, that would be.
And I want to confirm, Mark, we already have the trailer that they use to throw it in the back of the truck, and we don't need to install special voltage for this, a 220 volt. To your knowledge, there's no.
We talked about that. We don't have 220 here. Certainly the recommendation is if we're not a commercial, this thing's not going to be used 8-10 hours a day. Right. We're going to use 150 hours a year. That's one of the reasons the payback period is long.
Exactly.
If we were using it like a commercial mower, using it 8 hours a day or 10 hours a day, the payback period gets shorter. That's not the way we're going to use this. We're going to use this 150 hours a year estimated. So that's why the payback period is long. But that also means we don't have to charge it. We're not going to use it every day. So we can charge it. We can charge it on the 110 that we have because it was going to sit here for a couple of days. It can charge slowly. If we were in the mower business and we needed to use it every day, we need to charge it every night. Mm-hmm. That's not the business we're in. So I don't think 220 would be the ideal. And if we were a commercial mower, that's what we'd need.
And I'll make one quick comment. I guarantee you've got 220 here. You probably just don't have an outlet for it. But to put a 220 outlet's not a big deal. I've done it half a dozen times in my house. So just for clarity.
Yeah.
We don't have that. We have stuff here that's running.
So another. Go ahead. No, go ahead. So Mark, also, and I know one of the many discussions we need to have, we talked about this at budget time, is sort of globally, like how do we take care of our buildings and grounds, you know, and I mean, we could, in terms of when I look at Jackson Boulevard, KBK, all of this stuff, so we got to look at kind of how we're going to handle this stuff. Mark, at this point in time, I think the answer is no, but I want to confirm. At this point in time, is it anticipated that our staff would take over mowing of the boulevard?
We don't have the
this
staff to
machine?
do that. We can't even think about that.
I think the answer is no, Don. I just want to
Yes,
confirm.
Generally, the answer to
don't
that
have
question
staff.
is no. I would say as someone who's on their way out the door, places like Scio Township and small municipalities, I'll look at contracting out at every opportunity. That's my.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And Mark, I know that you had to contract out this mowing for the last couple of weeks because we didn't have a mower.
Yeah, don't ask me what it costs.
I'm not asking you what it costs. But I just want to confirm, what is the reason why we're not contracting out all of this mowing? Why do we continue to do this ourselves?
Because it is a big job, I think.
Well,
just
Good point, though. She makes a point.
I know I make a good point. That's why I asked it.
Sure, and that's
You did.
That's a fair question, and I would say to you, why aren't we doing it now? Because we're not ready to do that now. I mean, we're not in a position where we can identify every place, and the way you would typically do that is you identify everything that you mow,
right?
You put out bids, you'd let the marketplace.
Yeah.
You'd let, there are a million people cutting grass, you let them cut each other's throat for a nickel, and
yeah,
that would be a long way to go.
I'll throw out just a proposal, maybe it's a hybrid.
It's getting late,
So.
Yeah, no, this is
just an
good. Thank
idea.
you, Mark.
Just throw this idea and then we can either put it to bed, you can throw it in the trash can. I like your idea of outsourcing. I don't mow my lawn, man. I outsource all that. Yeah, we hire that should be relatively quick and easy. There's hundreds of lawnmower people out there. I don't know, hundreds, but dozens anyways. So we can get that bid, I think, fairly quickly. And maybe what you do in terms of Jillian's concept is you'd have to do that in phases, right? You're not gonna be able to just suddenly say, we're gonna do everything in clover all of a sudden once. But if we outsource it, you could now take her plan and evoke that, right? We could do, all right, we're gonna do this phase right now, let that get going. The lawnmower guys just do a little bit less and less and less every time, till eventually we have all clover, if that's the right way to go. Sounds good, I don't know. But that would be a way, I think, to realize what her vision is with an outsourced.
Yeah, well, I just want to say, we're not immediately outsourcing, because if we're about to spend $30,000, $15,000 to $30,000, we certainly shouldn't be doing that if we could pretty easily outsource all this.
You know what? One of our firefighters has his own landscaping business.
You know what? I'm all for outsourcing.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying this is a relatively significant.
And the last comment I'll make to that point is, and I don't mean to want to beat this up, but
yeah,
really right now, battery technology is about ready to make a massive change. Silicon batteries are coming into play. They've already figured out.
It's on the cusp.
Right, and if you guys aren't familiar with silicon batteries, they're going to get twice the life. They have very minimal impact compared to cobalt or lithium-ion batteries. Twice the amount of power they can hold. They're going to weigh a lot less, and their longevity is longer. They're amazing. I mean, it's silicon.
Yeah.
Sand.
So I realize that we could sort of at the table come up with all sorts of interesting plans, but what we have in front of us is a proposal to buy a lawnmower from the utilities department.
And so as the proponent of it, maybe I vote it down or I move to table it, because a lot of good things have come from the table. You know, the clover idea, or going natural flowers or prairies or things like that other people are doing. Contracting out, reducing the grass. It's not going to break my heart if we think it's a better use of township funds to go gas over electric. So is this something we should table? And in the interim, give it some thought, and in the interim, contract it out?
We'll have a chance to see how things go in the prairie.
No, I mean, honestly, my
no lawnmower now.
Well, that's what, so we didn't have a lawnmower, which is part of why I was so upset when you guys ended the meeting early. Because I knew we didn't have a lawnmower, okay? Look, here's the thing, I'm just saying, if overall it's going to be.
Our rules say 11 o'clock, so don't say early.
Well, let's not get into a big debate about that, please. Just let's stay focused on the lawnmower. Right?
That was my fault. That was my fault for doing the point.
So, okay, so what I'm trying to say is $15,000, like, obviously I support electric, but really $30,000? I mean, couldn't we get a contractor who uses an electric mower? I mean, this is getting a little nutty to think of $30,000 for a lawnmower because it's not commercial, okay? We're not mowing a huge area. We're mowing.
150 hours a year, I didn't.
Well, yeah, it's 150 hours a year.
Very little use, man.
You know, it's very little use.
I call the question.
Wait,
I call
one
the
thing, this
question.
is an important.
So
Chief
calling the
Hood.
question takes precedence over further discussion. Is there a second for calling the question?
I second it.
So we've called the question, it's been seconded. Please call the roll on calling the question.
What?
Tell us what it is.
Well, so the motion is calling the question on the motion. So
This is
first
to end debate.
Right, this is to end debate. That's what this does.
I
And
know
then
what this-
we'll tell you what the motion is that we are voting on.
Well,
But what we're
Donna,
voting on right now is calling the
no,
question.
Donna wants to know what the motion is, so she knows if she wants
Okay,
to
so
end
the
debate.
motion.
I got it.
You got it?
Take it a
So-
step at a time.
Yeah.
It's
no,
just confusing to talk about the motion that we're not actually voting on.
It's 11:30. Yeah.
All right, the motion is to authorize the purchase of one rival 60-inch mean green mower from Weingarts using My Deal competitive pricing paid for from 101,265,980 up to $30,000 with an additional $15,000 to be appropriated from 101 fund balance.
That's the main motion. The instant motion is calling the question.
Yes.
Donna wanted to know what the main motion.
Yes, and this is why we didn't want to get into confusion. So what we are voting on right now.
Oh, I understand what we're voting on.
Okay, all right.
She understands. She had a question. I answered it. We got this one.
All right. So please call the roll on the calling of the question.
Flintoff, yes. Brazeau,
Yes.
Carrie,
Are we voting on the mower?
No.
We're calling the question.
Calling the question.
this means to end debate and go right to
Yes,
the
Say
motion.
yes. Just say yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
okay.
So that brings us to the primary motion, which we just heard.
And a motion by Riser, Hathaway with all friendly amendments to authorize purchase of one rival 60-inch mean green mower from Weingarts using My Deal competitive pricing paid for from 101,265,980 up to $30,000 with $15,000 additional to be appropriated from 101 fund balance.
Please call the roll.
Okay, Flintoff, yes. Brazeau,
No.
Carrie,
No.
Noel,
No.
Riser,
No.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer.
No.
Motion fails 2-5. I'd like to suggest, I know Mark's going out the door, so we may need to ask Steve to work with one of us on it. I'd be happy to work with him on it, Mark. But come back with a different proposal for the board, besides buying a mower, a way to keep our lawn mowed.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, we'll continue with the contract.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on then to payment of the bills.
I want to clarify something just with our agenda.
Sure.
The item that Jessica had prepared, provision of staff to compensation commission, where did we put that on here?
That was tabled till the next meeting.
You want to make a modification to the payment of the bills, if I remember correctly? or something?
Yeah, so we don't have bills prepared because we have one finance person who had a very well-deserved vacation.
Okay.
And we don't have any backup. Once we have a finance assistant, we'll have somebody cross-trained in that. So there are no bills. The statute requires that the board approves all claims. However, in the absence of those proposed claims, I would make a motion to delegate the board's authority to jointly to the clerk, manager, and treasurer to jointly approve proposed claims for payment of May 24th, 2023.
Joe, I'll second that.
Say that again.
The clerk, the treasurer, and the manager to approve the claims jointly.
I thought we always did it with the supervisor, clerk.
Well, and I wanted to ask you, so there's no.
Well, we can have the manager.
Well, I thought it was the CAO. I thought it was the CAO who did it. Okay, there's no policy for this. And no.
Gotta pay the bills.
No, so we gotta pay the bills. I don't care if all four of us sign it. I was just trying to do something that I
think
could
it's fine. I
justify.
think the motion's fine as it is.
Okay.
I'm happy to
Okay.
support it. I can second it.
Second the motion.
There's no
I did.
legal
I know.
authority for it.
So we're now ready to call the roll. Because it is payment, so we have to do it.
So look, there's no legal authority for this explicitly. So I was trying to get all of our bases covered with the clerk, the treasurer, and the CAO. We can have all of us sign it if you want.
We got it.
It's fine.
We're good.
Okay, John was upset by it.
I thought it was a slight against.
It
the
may be,
supervisor.
but I
No.
accepted it.
It's the CAO.
Okay.
Because do you remember
Yes,
the
yes,
manager?
let's just go to it. Let's stop, guys.
Yeah,
Let's
stay focused.
Stay focused, Jess.
I'm gonna support it.
I am focused. Flintoff, yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That brings us to public
I
comment.
do have a question again. Jessica, did you want this to be handled before
Absolutely.
the compensation?
Yeah, I waited till, I've been asking for this for the last 2
Okay.
months.
Let me make a motion to add to our agenda one of the items that we tabled a few minutes ago. The provision of staff to the compensation commission. Somebody needs to second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Noel, support from Carrie to add an additional item to the agenda, and that is
Or just
whatever it
make
is.
the motion. I mean, at this point, our agenda's kind of,
Whatever, well, whatever the number it is, but
It's G8.
It's a G8, the compensation commission motion. Would you make the motion, trustee Noel?
Yes, to reaffirm the township attorney Fink and office coordinator Aiken are the staff to the compensation commission, and to request that the compensation commission return 4 separate determinations of compensation, one for each the positions of clerk, supervisor, treasurer, and trustee.
So rather than actually voting on adding that to our agenda, is everyone comfortable just voting on the motion?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, then why don't we call the roll on the motion?
Flintoff, yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Support the motion only, yes.
All that we're asking. Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0.
Okay, now we move to public comment, and we will be turning immediately to those participating remotely.
Okay, first up is Rob Pattinson, followed by Pam Boyd.
Thank you. Hate to do this to you again, but we have another gaslighting alert. We actually have 2 of them tonight. Trustee Brazeau, at the beginning of the meeting, you said that it was a good idea to have an enforcement guy for our ordinances, and the supervisor said, we already have someone in that position. Actually, what we have is Carlisle Wortman, and they had an enforcement officer that was useless, and then he was retiring, so he was even more useless. And now there's a new guy who is just as useless as the old guy, who has not responded to a resident in over 12 days for an issue that's happening right now. So that was a bit of gaslighting. And then Treasurer Palmer, your gaslighting contribution was talking about the minutes and how they only needed to be, what you voted on and a very shorthand version. The reason our minutes are so long is because of the deception and manipulation that the previous board was complicit in, and you were part of that previous board and were just as complicit. There is a public hearing with the Washtenaw something on May 30th in Township Hall. Will that meeting be on Zoom?
The Washtenaw County Historic District Commission, we have no authority over them, Rob.
Okay, well, the meeting apparently is happening in this room with all of the AV system available for Zoom. And
We can offer it to them. We'll offer it to them.
We can offer it to them.
Yeah.
I don't know what their practices are, though.
And then a few more points. The board just helped a private company complete an eminent domain action against the Kett and Riser families. Heritage Woods got off very, very cheap for their PUD public benefit. Trail Woods was over $1 million. Scio View was nearly $1 million. And we do not have a good PUD algorithm for how much public benefit these projects will contribute to the community. And I hope that you will put some policy together about that so that it is more even, because some are getting off cheap, like Crossroads was what, $80,000 for the ladder truck? That was very cheap.
Yeah.
There has never been a traffic engineer before the Board of Trustees or the Planning Commission that said that the boulevard entrance was a better idea than a light at Marshall Road. The attorney said that they were doing a lot to help the traffic in the area with this entrance, but there's already a light there. That was not a correct statement. The light that's at the off-ramp is already there, and they're just adding another entrance to it. So that was not an accurate statement. And then Trustee Brazeau, we've got a question for you, and Supervisor Hathaway will advise you not to answer it, but I think you owe the Kett and Spicer families an answer. Your detailed analysis of the comps completely disregarded the $725,000 paid for the vacant parcel right next door to the Ketts. And
no, that's not true.
Well, you said that the comps were about $79,000 for the properties there, but what about that $725,000 property?
Happy to have a conversation offline with you. Happy to have that conversation.
Okay, but I believe you owe the Spicer and Kett families an explanation of your math in that.
Happy to do that. Happy to do that. No problem. Seriously, happy to do that. Sincerely.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob. And I will.
Who's next?
Pam Boyd, followed by Pat Stein. Go ahead, Pam.
Thank you, Christy. This meeting is a prime example why you guys need work sessions.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of time spent discussing things that should have been discussed before it came to this point in the decision making. There are several examples throughout this whole meeting, and I just implore you to start working smarter.
Mm-hmm.
Interim manager, Mark, God bless you, and I hope you have a nice vacation planned. Thank you so much for all you've done for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Thanks, Pam.
Pat Stein, followed by Paula Gloverson. Go ahead, Pat.
Good evening. So Supervisor Hathaway, I know others have brought this up with you regarding you, but I really would like to know why you are not submitting reports with the agenda packet. What is going on that you can't take the time to actually let the residents know what it is you're working on? It's not a good look. It speaks of, well, lack of transparency, maybe some deception. So I would really like you to make some effort and start providing reports just like the rest of the board does. Please put that on your to-do list before the next meeting. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Pat. Paula Gloverson, go right ahead.
Yes, I'll make this quick. I'm concerned about utilities, and I'd like to hear from the utilities director more often. The PC, actually Bob Hyde emailed me when I said something on Scio Community News when they were going like, well, maybe we're going to have a special assessment district in that, you know, that sub DDA area, and here they're talking about an extended stay Marriott. Thank you, zoning board, for not approving that, because we're going to have problems with our EUs. And our sewer and water, maybe some other people are on well and have to worry about Gelman, but they're more expensive than Santa Barbara, California. So when I hear special assessments and oh, that is way off in the future, and I don't think we should be approving Marriott extended stays and this other, you know, residential thing over where the movie theater is. The planning commission needs to plan. Anyway, that's my thing, and I think everybody's going to be sorry about that on-site sewer system. Thornton Farms discharges frequently, and it's become very costly for these Thornton Farms. Nobody discussed, are only the very wealthy going to be able to live in these duplexes, Donna? I mean, maybe we won't even be able to afford it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Paula.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Well, hold on.
You got your microphone on. Is there anybody left?
Thank you, Mark Thompson, for your service. It's greatly appreciated what you've done for this township in a very difficult environment. Well done. Thank you.
Very kind of everybody. Undeserved, but it's very kind.
Not true.
You gotta get these guys some Hungarian hot dogs before you leave, man. These two at least gotta see some you know, Tony Pacos. Yeah, I did. Motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn by Brazeau, support by Palmer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, we are adjourned.
Hey, Jess, sorry.